Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, as always, are the vociferous young Kaiser. That's half the stream. Half the stream is just what? Twy, what the hell was that? Twy, what was that? That was on stream, Twy. I was gonna say the wonderful Twilight Guardian, but apparently she wants to just inject nightmare fuel into our eyeballs. Oh, you can't hear the others. Oh no! Audio output capture. What is happening? Audio output capture.
We can say whatever we want, and they'll never hear us.
Wait,
Yeah.
Why did it swap?
Can y'all hear us?
Okay, they can hear us now. All right, on the upside, nothing really important.
Wait, what? Kaiser and Twy are quiet?
Yeah. Yeah, no. No, you didn't miss. You shouldn't have missed the nightmare fuel. I had the screen up because I just looked at it. What was that, Twy? Some mutant horse hybrid? Why are you plumbing the depths of the My Little Pony fandom?
Ayo.
That was the thing that I told you about before last week's stream that I forgot to show you guys.
Oh,
What, Lily Orchard's
I
cosplay?
forgot this week. No,
What, Lily Orchard's cosplay?
that's a DJ I found on TikTok.
as an actual DJ.
Yes, an actual DJ that I found on TikTok.
That's so funny.
I want to say you're lying, but no, actually, now I don't.
Nah,
I
that
want to meet
seems
this
legit.
person. I want to
Oh
meet this
God!
person.
How does that even work? Like, is that like a silicone mask of some sort? Like,
I think
right?
so. Mhm.
Also,
Oh,
Raymond, thanks for
God!
calling me outspoken. I really appreciate it.
It means you blab a
Yeah,
lot.
there's
It's like immediately, like, oh yeah, that's the pleasant way to put it. That's the horrible way to put it now.
yeah, so that's
not
the
not the definition I have.
that was the nightmare fuel that I wanted to show you, and you told me to wait until last week's stream, but I forgot. So there you go.
Just imagine having that as a tab for like an entire week, people.
No, I had it in my downloads, because I wasn't sure how we were gonna do it. So I've had that on my computer for 2 weeks.
She had to check back
No,
on
over
it
a week.
regularly to make sure it was still there. 2 hours, 2 hours at a time.
You guys are lucky because I just got a still. You should see it when she moves.
You know
Very
what?
uncanny.
There's a morbid curiosity, but I'm going to stave that off because I don't. I already have enough brain damage from everything else we've seen on this show so far. I don't need more right now. So yes, as everyone's piling in, hello everyone. How are you all doing today? And
I hope I didn't scar you too badly.
Yes. Your stream got paused. That's strange. Why I'm
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know why it's doing that. You
Oh.
minimized the
Strange.
application.
Really? Are you
which
talking
I don't-
about on
you can't do.
cast?
How? What the hell
Because
is
on
that?
my end, I can still see it.
Oh no, not cast. I'm talking about her tuber.
Right, tuber.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right.
It just
And
says
also,
stream pause.
I need to because I've the nightmare teasing Twilight Guardian. But also joining us as a guest host for this particular set is IKnowNothing, who was here last week, who has also read these books, The Unicorns of Balinor, which are today's topic, and Twy just dropped
Yes.
a RahiTuber. Yay.
Yeah. I thought that it would just be easier if I just restarted it.
Yo. Okay.
So sorry, the scuff is my fault.
Oh, this stuff is going crazy right now, and I was going to mention, well, in accordance with I was going to say trial something or other, the task that the Herculean task that Celtic put on me. I am stone cold sober for this one. I have not been able to drink because he said
One of us. One of us.
for the exact reason of, yeah, it'll be funny if you just don't drink for this and just go whole hog. So here we are.
Well,
Yes.
also that, and I think drinking is the coward's way out.
Oh,
True. True. Oh, my microphone was not at a high volume, so there you go. You can hear me better now.
Yay.
sweet.
So
Good stuff.
Where do we leave off?
What
Let's catch
we
everyone
left off
up
at
on
chapter
this.
10, but I'm gonna go back a little bit. Because you said that you had a headache and you wanted to talk about the legality of that last scene that we
Yeah.
read.
Are you
Oh,
sure you don't want
Last
to talk
time
about
on Unicorn Ball Z.
someone pulled out a shotgun, someone else's shotgun, to shoot a horse they don't own?
I was
Yeah.
gonna say. So let's. Well, first, let's recap what's exactly happening, because, like,
Yes.
for the viewers that weren't here last week, just to get you kind of caught up, there's this girl. Her name is Ariana. She's apparently a princess from a magical world called Balinor. There's a place called the Gap, which separates Balinor from our world, and she somehow got passed through it with her spirit bonded mate / maybe lover unicorn, called Sun Chaser.
Yep.
So now she's like, they were both injured.
That's not the only Ching he's chasing.
They're with you. Why do you think?
Wait,
they're short
hold
the
on,
name
I got-
just Chase? Oh, he's also chasing the moon.
Mm.
But no. So they apparently get injured and taken to the human world somehow, to Earth, and she's being cared for and has like temporary amnesia in the dumbest way that a story can.
Mhm.
And no, she's not actually dating the unicorn, but it feels like she's dating the fucking unicorn. You'll see what we
Yeah.
mean as we go on.
Yes.
You'll know. You'll know.
You'll understand. Trust me. But basically, then, like, the other unicorns and, like, I guess the good guy, the reigning good guys of Balinor are like, well, people can't cross the gap, except they can. So we're going to send her people to look over her and watch over her. But they've already been in place for years, possibly, because they have a full ranch that they run. It's really freaking weird. Like, this, none of this makes any sense. It's just like, wait. So Candy will cross the gap? Can they not? Why shouldn't they? What's the difficulty? It's never elaborated upon.
Mhm.
No.
Chase's horn got broken off, but the scar it left behind has been inconsistent within the same fucking paragraph. It went from being a
Yeah,
stump
didn't it change
to
like
a
4
jagged
different times?
Well, yeah, it went from a stump to a jagged white scar that had already healed to one that was an open gash, and it's like, and now it's healed again. That's a white scar. I don't understand what's going on there. It's really random.
It's Schrodinger's horn.
Yep.
It's Schrodinger's horn.
Yeah, Schrodinger's scar.
It's better than Freudian's horn.
Ooh.
Oh my lord.
And Ariana also had her legs broken, and we were never explicitly told how bad her legs were broken, just that they were broken so badly that the doctors were doing everything possible not to amputate her legs.
Yeah. She's not dating the unicorn, but she is writing it. Bow chicka bow wow.
Yep.
Josh, off to the corner. Damn it, Kaiser. But yeah, so basically
I
what's
have so
happening
much
now is
power
that
now.
they're trying to gaslight Ariana into believing that she's lived in the human world her entire life and that Chase is just her horse. And now there's this whole drama where at their ranch where they are, that they don't have enough money, yet despite owning a ranch with an attached restaurant and several horses, because the author doesn't realize that is fucking expensive and you would have to be filthy rich.
Which is really weird because she does own horses herself
Yeah.
in real life.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, so just I'm trying to catch you. For the record, I've not read this. Twilight and I Know Nothing are the only ones that have read this, so I'm trying to
Yep.
like catch you guys up on what they've told us, which is actually kind of the part of the fun.
Read is a strong word, by the way. It's more experience.
It's just a wild concept that this story what is so poorly written and yet did manage to get published. And nobody thought to correct it. Nobody thought to fix any plot holes. I guess because they're like, well, they're kids. Kids aren't gonna care if what they're writing or what they're reading is garbage.
I was gonna say.
They'll eat anything that you give them at this point in their lives.
Yeah, I was going to say it probably is because like there were maybe around the time that this came out, like there were a bunch of like freaking horse books and shit that little kids liked, so it's like, it's gonna be the same mystical, magical BS, whatever.
Sorry, I need to check some messages. Oh, and we have a super chat in from Teddy Bear Paladin.
Yay.
Funko Bear. And so circle back to the nightmare which plagued our cub, which sought me out, whether I was token of friendship or action girl figure. Cheap plastic the quiet cub dumped on her. That fear fed it. And fun fact, if you want to know the middle section of that, Teddy Bear Paladin commented on Bad Fanfiction Night, which happens every Friday night at 10 p.m. over on this channel. So, he commented on the last one. So if you're trying to follow the chronicles of Teddy Bear Paladin, I'm sorry, it's very difficult, but you have to look over there.
Yeah, this will make making the compilation in the future a little bit of a challenge, but I'll have to write that in my notes.
It's just a crossover. It's just a crossover event. It's fine.
Yeah. It's just gonna be the multiverse of the Teddy Bear Paladin verse.
The Teddyverse.
But yeah, so the current conflict that's going on right now is that they have to lease out Chase, who has never been leased out to anyone, has never been leased out before. Like, he has only ever had Ariana as a writer. Basically, they have to lease him out in order to pay for the bills because they somehow don't have enough money to pay for this massive ranch they already own. And now we're looking at the drama where Chase, an inexperienced with any other writer, is now bucking off the little girl that they tried to put on him, and it's causing a whole bunch of drama. And I think the place we left off was that the frickin' father of the girl wants to put Chase down.
Yes.
With the ranch owner's gun, by the way.
Yeah, with the ranch owner's gun.
Yes.
And by the way, the parents, I guess the adopted parents of this girl, the main character, like, they know that the freaking horse they're giving to this random girl on freaking layaway, it is like this super powerful god horse demigod thing that is necessary to like maintain peace between humans and animals. Just
and they have other horses. They have they have at least 4 more horses. Like, I'm pretty sure they listed that off. In fact, they reuse a name later on, allegedly. So it's like there's a lot of horses at this ranch. You don't have to give them the god horse. Why?
Yeah. Well, it's because the excuse was that Lori insisted that she only wanted to ride Chase. She wanted no other horse than Sun Chaser.
Yeah. Also, Billy Donuts is in the house. Woo!
Woo!
Yeah. Hell yeah, Billy
Donut
Donuts.
Time. Does he not have a gun himself? Okay, look. Okay, so let's get into this. You have leased out someone's horse or a partial lease. It sounds like a partial lease, but let's assume a full lease. A lease does not denote ownership. It denotes temporary possession and use. There's a lot of legality stuff that I'm not the most privy on, but I can understand just extrapolation-wise how a lot of this would kind of work out. You don't own, like, if you lend someone something and they pay you in order to lend them out, here's a good example. you go rent a car. You do not have the right to go to a freaking, like, auto derby and enter the car in there to be crushed by a monster truck. Like, you can't do that. You're not allowed to because it's still not your car. You're just the one using it with permission from the owner. It's the reason you have to sign a whole bunch of fucking waivers when you do that kind of shit. So the fact of the matter is, the minute this horse bucks up and throws a rider off after being warned that this horse has never had any other rider except for one, you as the lease owner do not have the right to end this horse's life, flat out, unless it is actively a threat to everyone around you. At which point, at current, it's not. It literally just bucked someone off the horse. That's it. It hasn't even reared back and kicked anyone. So, the guy immediately being like, oh, we should put this horse down because I disagree with my daughter once. So, on top of that, you've also got the thing to consider, which is, okay, then keep trying. Like, if you're really insistent about this horse, try to rein it in. Try to tame it. Put a little work in, because you have to maybe have a different approach. I don't know.
Maybe train your spoiled brat daughter to sit nicer on the horse so that it won't buck her off again.
And don't drag the copper piece in its mouth and making it bleed.
Yeah, that was fucking horrible.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that shit. What in the world? Listen, I'm not saying to beat your kids, folks, okay? That's against my principles.
But then...
What I am saying, that it's better than nothing.
But the ultimate, like, punctuation to this is, like, he doesn't even want to use his own gun. He doesn't have a gun of which to use. He's like, he turns to the ranch owner and is like, give me your gun. First of all, presuming the ranch owner has a gun, which, honestly, not the worst presumption, but it's still a presumption that's like, why would I have a gun? I have, like, whips and shit. Like,
dude.
I have, like, reins. Why would I have a gun? Like, I could see that being a real possibility.
It's because he's a God-fearing American. That's why he's got a gun.
I mean, fair.
Except Frank's not a God-fearing American. He's a...
Oh, yeah, this takes place in Moose Country.
Shit.
That too.
Actually, no, that's a better point. Like, actually, you're in Canada. Why would you presume that someone has a gun in Canada? If I go to Canada, at any point I'm like, hey, give me your gun, I'm going to be looked at like I have 3 heads.
I don't know if it's ever established where exactly this book takes place.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no. Like,
wasn't it, didn't they say like Montana or something like that?
No, someone said that when she wrote the book, she was living in Montana.
Ah, okay.
So this is the great land of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just vaguely somewhere where you speak English.
Rainbow.
God damn it.
Which narrows it down to about a decent chunk of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It is what it is.
The surprise twist is all happening in rural China.
Honestly, if it's speaking English, that means that I can imagine all of them with like deep, bad Scottish accents.
I guess the caveat would be somewhere on the planet where we speak English, and also we have to pay a lot of medical fees.
So it's America.
Yeah, it's America.
Yeah, it's
just
America.
We don't know where in America.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Do you guys have, like, do they have insurance? They've literally hopped over here. Like, there's several questions here. Like, are they paying out of fucking pocket?
I guess we have to assume so. Where do they get the money?
Because, I mean, like, frankly speaking, paying out of pocket right now is actually not all that bad in the States compared to having insurance. Weirdly enough, it's like the inverse somehow.
The book came out in 1999.
Like, we're in the inverse, though, circumstance. We're like, this is in the past, when having insurance was far more affordable than paying out of pocket. So, what money are they using? I don't know. They're just...
Fictionium, apparently, because apparently they need it and they have to, again, rent the demigod horse out in order to pay bills. Like, again, this horse knows you people and he can talk to you once you're back in Balinor. He's going to put you on
Okay,
trial.
Ryan, like I know we make jokes about like the whole, child death thing, when it comes to like media and such. Let's not joke about me having a child just to hit them. That's just kind of in poor taste, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please,
fair.
please don't fucking make jokes like that. Like this is
Like I get it,
This
I
is
get
kind
where
of
it's coming
the-
from, but just be careful with stuff like that, okay?
There's black
I
humor
have
in
enough
there.
of a
Let's keep it-
conflicted I have a conflicted profile online by a lot of people's measures. I don't need adding to that on top of the jokes that I make.
Well, it was like just after Bad Fanfiction Night that someone was trying to like really, really insist that you were some kind of weirdo because of your obsession with Yuri. And I'm like, okay, it's just a joke. Like, calm down. Please don't make him out to be a weirdo. And then this thing with the child hitting and all that kind of stuff. I'm starting to think that people are starting to flanderize your jokes a little bit too much. And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about how some of the fans perceive, like, the jokes.
Chia Fleur, who's Raymond? I am.
No, actually, you know what? That is a good question. Who is Raymond? Like, but who is Raymond?
No. The better question is, where is Raymond?
When
Who
is
is Raymond?
God damn it, guys.
What is Raymond?
I ask
Why
that
is
question
Raymond?
every single fucking day.
How is Raymond?
How is Raymond?
There you go.
No, it's very rare
Yes.
people ask me that. I think twice at the only one
Exactly.
that does regularly. Oh. But yeah,
But, like-
just be careful about flanderizing the jokes that far. I do intend to have children someday, and I very much would never like to hit them. Like I would very much stray away from that path of parenting.
I'm pretty sure it's like straight up illegal up here to like
I wouldn't be surprised.
do corporal punishment on your children these
I'm pretty
days.
sure it's actually illegal down here now too. I mean, it's state by state probably.
Yeah, I wasn't going to
yeah, I
assume
was about
anything
to
about
say.
the United States because I don't live down there. But
Yeah, each state is kind of different. In mine, it's you wouldn't necessarily go to jail, but your custody over your kids would definitely.
Yeah,
be
that's really the big threat
done
about
so.
that. It's less about any kind of jail time and more about you just lose your children.
right.
yeah.
Which, fair,
Anyway.
Yeah, back to the
moving
actual
back
child
to
abuse,
Balinor.
which is reading Unicorns of Balinor to any child.
there
So-
we go.
Like the thing that always kind of really floored me about this scenario is you have two people from another plane of existence that is coming to this other side of this space that they know next to nothing about. Where did they get the money? Did the farm just exist there, rotting away until they found it? Did they build all of the buildings themselves by cutting down trees? And like how did they market their farm to the people that are around here? How did they know what a
How'd they
horse
get all
was? How
the
did they know
horses?
how did
How'd
they
get
know
them?
yeah, how did they know to get horses? How did they know how to take care of them? How did they know that it's exactly like how you take care of a unicorn?
By the way, the
Yeah.
reason why this is an issue, for clarification, in Balinor, people don't know what horses are.
Yep.
Yeah.
For clarification.
And we will learn that in book 2. Like the very beginning of book 2.
I just want to point out, Chia, yes, my name is Raymond. My online moniker is Celtic Phoenix, and the bird I use to represent myself, his name is Kelpie. As in the shortened form of Celtic Phoenix just smushed together. His name is Kelpie. So if that helps you at all,
Maybe it's
It's weird because I open every single stream saying I am Raymond McNeil, so I don't know where where you got off. Like, did you just come in after that?
maybe there you should make one of those like channel intro things and just put that at the front of the channel.
Question: is the whipping of horses legal in the U.S.? It is in the U.K. I don't know. I know there was a whole political scandal down at the border at some point because a border patrol agent was like using the reins to properly steer the horse, but from the outside and it looked like he was whipping the horse. And I know a lot of people got in a tizzy over that, even though he was just, doing a normal thing you do when riding a horse in a tense situation, which is, what he was doing at the time. So it's like I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know nothing about other horse law. I'm just extrapolating on lease law when it comes down to
No, I know nothing about stuff that I do. Come on, man.
You can't tell, but I'm just staring at you right now. I'm just
Don't worry. Don't worry. I know. I'm smiling.
just imagining Kelpie's character just staring at a book, just not even reading it, just staring daggers at it.
And the book looks very smug at him.
The great thing was that I knew that he was going to make that joke. I just knew that it was coming.
okay.
I saw the chance and I took it.
So where exactly? What was the last thing we left off on when it came down to the plot of this book?
It was chapter 10 that we left off on.
I mean, what was the last plot beat before we got the chapter?
Oh, Ari ran to the clinic to, I guess, be comforted by Dr. Bones.
Yeah, she jumped on Chase and ran to the clinic.
Yep.
Right, and she discovered the horn, didn't she?
Yeah, the second part of the horn.
Right.
And the first part was given to her by a dog-frog transformation thing that guards the gate.
Yes.
Right.
Also, according to this one website that I found called Racing Post, New Jersey does not permit the use of the whip. California restricts riders to hitting them only 6 times during a race, and everywhere else has no limit on using a whip.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I imagine horse law is a lot, like, has its own... When you start to discover this, when you start learning more about law, is that every facet of society seems to have its own very specific type of law that you can just get. Like, there's a reason why we have specialist lawyers. Is you just get really lost in the weeds on. Like the one I know about most, because my dad has actually handled a rather major case in it. Tree law. Tree law is fucking bananas.
Really?
There is like a lot of very, very strict specifications about the owning and purchasing and raising of trees.
Yeah, there's a specific law, and I can't remember where, but it technically owns itself, so you can't cut it down.
Right. That's
What?
There's a tree that owns itself somewhere in the world. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
I have no idea. Look, the things that you read 5 years ago, and they're like, "Oh, this is a neat tidbit." Just don't remember anything else.
Own themselves. I'm gonna look that up. The tree that owns itself. That's in Athens. I think that's Georgia.
Athens, Georgia. Yeah, that sounds right.
Also, one of the last things that happens in chapter 9 that I didn't specify last week, but I thought was really funny because it made it seem really out of touch, is that she writes Ari saying "phooey" because she didn't know how children's talk, and also she didn't want the character to swear.
No,
so she just said "phooey."
Imagine this like 13-year-old girl just as loud as she can, just.
I mean, honestly, completely realistic. My middle
It is,
school,
yes.
everyone was throwing off fucking F-bombs by the time that they were 13. Like, it was,
I mean, it's where I learned all those words.
like I really don't get a lot of these at this rate. I really don't get a lot of these like movies and stories and like rage ratings. Like at this point, cursing is so ubiquitous in our society. I don't even know why we bother trying to like restrict it. Like,
Yeah.
okay, certainly when you're in the classroom, like you can be like, all right, no crass talk in the classroom. But if you hear like a kid in the hallway going, ah, fuck, I dropped my book, and it's like, just let it slide off. And you're not
No.
gonna change that habit. They already have it. It's a lost cause.
No, you just tell on their parents so they take away their Xbox. Then
But is
they'll
it-
really be swearing.
But is it better than oh fiddlesticks? Yes, because then fiddlesticks doesn't show up to claim your soul. That is such an obscure reference for anyone that does not know fucking League lore. And I don't know League lore.
I know
just know about
nothing.
Fiddlesticks a little bit.
I know nothing.
I know about League lore because, unfortunately, my roommate plays it daily.
That's
Actually, I have
code
a
for
friend
he
that
plays it daily.
knows.
Shut up.
He's a Yordle.
No, how dare you? How dare you, sir?
Wait.
He just
Hold
loves
on,
them
I got
Yordles.
something.
Mm-hmm.
There you
Oh
go. I
my
had to
god,
find that.
thank you. Anyway,
Chapter 10.
Anyway.
Why, if you would lead us
Yeah,
on.
chapter 10. So they kind of just forget about the big ass argument that's happening just like 10 meters away. And Dr. Bones starts giving Ariana a small medical exam. And she makes a comment in her head about Dr. Bones' age, where she says, "Oh, I'm pretty sure that she would be my grandmother's age." And Dr. Bones says, "Older than that, milady," Dr. Bones said cheerfully. "That makes 3 of you today," Ari said with surprise, reading my thoughts. And Dr. Bones, I guess, is very happy about the fact that she is hearing voices in her head.
don't worry, child. Schizophrenia is normal to girls in your age.
Yeah.
It is, and she looks back and Dr. Bones is just gone.
None of this is happening. None of this is real.
Yeah.
Fake news.
So they continue on with the medical exam. Sorry, I don't know why I'm stuttering so much today. And Dr. Bones says that she told Anne and Frank that it wasn't a good idea to lease out Chase. So, meaning that these two are particularly stupid because everybody else is like, this is not a good idea. You know it's not a good idea. You know why it's not a good idea. And they're like, we're going to do it anyway.
Also, I'm still not over Anne and Frank.
Right. Oh yeah. By the way, the fake parents are named Anne and Frank,
Yes.
which
So
that was just a poor
funny.
choice all around. At least call him
Which is
Franklin
weird.
or something, or Annabelle.
Well, Anne's full name is Anna Lee, but the only thing that she did to change Frank's name to make it more fantasy-esque is change the K to a C.
Oh, so he goes from Frank to Frank.
Yeah.
So
I'm
Frank
glad
to
to know that
Francis. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say the he goes from a regular sounding normal person to being a French currency. Got it.
Mm-hmm. So, why did I highlight this one again? I don't remember. Dr. Bones mixed many of her own salves and poultices from herbs, nuts, and berries that she grew in her special garden. I think that was supposed to be something about like her magic and her medical stuff, or something about that.
I mean, if we're talking about just a doctor using like herbs and poultices to heal people in a fantasy land, frankly, this fantasy land with what we eventually get into, it's kind of low on the list, so let it slide.
Sure.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't remember why I highlighted this. I think it's maybe because of what's going to happen
Eventually.
next. So, Chase has a couple of boo-boos, and Dr. Bones tells her to go into the back store and get some salves for his boo-boos. And so Ari goes into the back and searches through all of her custom-made salves and poultices and herbs
Wait, so
and nuts
Dr.
and
Bones
berries.
is not only treating Ari, but she's also treating Chase.
Because she is a veterinarian. So Chase is the only one that she should be treating, really.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say horses, people, unicorns, they're all the same.
Mm-hmm.
If you squint, I guess, and you're blind.
Okay,
Yep.
so so hold up your fingernails, and how often do you walk on them?
And Ari comes across a canister that she has never seen before. And like an idiot, she decides to investigate it. And she opens the canister.
Ah! At last! I'm free! Time to conquer Earth!
God damn it! One of these days, I'm gonna get a Power Ranger soundbite.
Oh, there's almost certainly a Power Ranger Discord server out there.
I'm
More
in
than
one
likely,
of them.
Oh!
Yeah, like Reboot Ranger, he's a YouTuber, and he just attached himself to me one day because he liked watching me play Kingdom Hearts and also Digimon. So I'm in his Discord server.
Nice!
Yeah, it's pleasant.
Go Horse Ranger. Oh god.
Oh my god! A horse-themed Power Ranger show.
Look,
Wouldn't
all
that
their
be
masks are
interesting?
just like remolds of that horse mask that you see with Tom Ska using.
Yeah.
Including the flopping. Like, that's the
Oh
important
no. The Megazord is just a giant person. And sorry, it's a normal person in a horse costume.
Yep.
It's not even a robot.
It's John Wayne. It's just John Wayne on the horse.
Okay, wait, no, this is actually sounding kind of awesome.
I kind of want to watch this now.
Like, as a parody, I could see this as a 10-minute skit.
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%.
So it says here, a horrible smell hit her like a fist. Her hand loosened and the pot fell. Ari made a hasty grab to catch it before it smashed onto the flagstone floor. Behind her, the dog growled, then barked. Ari caught the jar just in time and looked at it, puzzled. She'd never seen anything like it in the vet's shelves before. The closer she looked at it, the harder that it was to see what color the pot was. Flame red, sickly yellow-green. And what was there... And what was... Sorry, I suddenly forgot how to read.
Don't
Happens.
worry, I forgot how to write. I'm struggling. And what was
It's
that
not the
where the
same.
terrible stink came from? That is not a
Yes.
good sentence.
Yeah,
No.
no, that is not a very good sentence at all.
Nope.
Curious, Ari tugged at the cork stopper.
Ari was a fucking idiot.
Yes. So, skipping an entire 2 paragraphs, she finally pulls the stopper and looked in. At
Wait,
first,
she pulled it
she saw...
twice?
No, it takes her 2 paragraphs.
Yeah, it takes her 2 paragraphs to do it. Because her animals keep telling her, danger! And then she's like, shut up. I'm doing it anyways.
The
Why
dog
don't I
activates
do
the stand
it
just
anyway?
to stand there and watch.
Uh-huh.
Oh, imagine being the horse god, Sun Chaser. Oh, to look upon my bonded pair and realize, ah, shit, she's stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
You made me spit out my drink.
See what it
Why are
says.
you
I see,
drinking
or I
while we're
guess here
doing
Raymond
that?
didn't get a new mic with 1 week's with 1 week show poke. With 1 week? What?
Did you say you were
Confused?
going to get like a new mic last week?
He had issues with his mic last week, yeah, but
That was it. And everything should be good right now. Nothing has exploded yet. I say that. Oh shit, I need some wood. I need to knock on some wood. Where's some wood?
Is he saying that you're still pretty quiet on the stream?
Am I? Am I still
I don't
quiet on the
think so.
stream?
It's
Are
I would
you?
imagine
on.
I would imagine that it would
actually
have to
listen.
be on from the perspective of them, because
Yeah,
you sound
I
fine in the
just-
Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just listened to a little bit in the stream because I got another window. Yeah, you sound fine. You don't sound too quiet.
I cranked myself up just a little bit there, but like 0.2 decibels. But like I'm
Josh says that you're a little quieter than normal to him.
Oh,
Interesting.
well, I can
So it
start
probably
yelling
has
if
something to
you want me
do. It might have something to do with your audio setup.
There, I knocked on wood just to be sure everything went smoothly.
Hey, no, Fleur brings up a big, Fleur
That
brings
was
up a
the
good
big
point.
thing to worry about.
Fleur brings up a good point about the Power Rangers things. What about Sailor Horse?
Ooh.
You know,
I-
that actually
there's probably
might work
some
out
horse-themed
better if I'm
magical
being
girl
completely
thing.
honest. I could totally see like
Yeah.
magical girls and horse girls. I see the overlap.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Yeah.
did My Little Pony do a Sailor Moon parody at some point? I feel like it might have.
I mean, there was like a thing where they did like Equestria Girls, where they had like the horses as like girls in like a school or whatever, if that counts.
Yeah,
I don't
I've
know
actually
if
seen
it
that one
does. I
because
haven't
of
seen the thing.
Friends.
By friend, you mean Fat Man, right?
No, actually, this was before Fat Man. I've had friends that were like,
Oh, damn.
this is a friend that made. Oh no, wait, different friends. Sorry, I have a lot of friends that like MLP.
Yeah.
Like occasionally one or two of them have gotten me to watch things for different reasons. Fat Man got me to watch arguably one of the worst episodes of the show, apparently. I think was it my other friend,
real friend.
wanted me to watch that movie. I can't remember how she convinced me to do it. And then another friend of mine convinced two of my other friends to watch literally an entire season of My Little Pony for a level up in our tabletop Pathfinder campaign. That was the same friend, for the record, that had me watch Trigun Badlands Rumble for a level up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I like
I don't know why
Badlands
that
Rumble.
was
It's
near
good.
for.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in a while.
not the
It-
weirdest thing I have done for level up in D&D.
Well, like, can I ask, do the unicorns have equal to the Bible? Because if the story goes into that, it would be an interesting thing to read for the future unicorns. No, it doesn't.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. As far as I am aware, this book series has no companion anything to it. Also, I was gonna say, there is apparently a children's Netflix series that started up very recently that features unicorns in it. It's called Unicorn Academy.
Okay.
I have no idea what
Unicademy
it's
for
about.
short. Unicademy for short.
I have no idea what it's about. But they ride unicorns. The unicorns are elementally sectioned off, I guess. I know nothing about it other than that.
Neither do I.
I was gonna look into it, but this week was not that week.
Again, the deep lore.
Mm-hmm. So, at first, she saw nothing but dark. Then a thin coil of acid smoke rose from the depths of the jar. There were shapes in the smoke. Ari was sure of it. She held the jar up and watched the shapes spiral toward the low ceiling. Lincoln barked and barked. The smoke curled round her face, slid past her nose, poured into her eyes. And she saw. She heard. She was in the center of nighttime in a place she'd never been before. I'm going to assume that that's a typo because of the
there's
Kindle
no
edition.
Yeah, okay.
In a place shed, never before, never been before.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that that's not in the book, like the physical copy, because I don't have my physical copy of the books right now. The sky was dark and starless. At her feet was a humped mound, blacker than the black night sky. The mound shifted, moved, then screamed with the sound of a million hornets. Ari jumped and shouted with surprise. The mound at her feet swelled, grew, unfolded like an evil flower. And and an eye formed in the center of the hooded blackness. A green and yellow eye, multifaceted, like some grotesque and terrible insect. The same terrible vision she'd seen in the meadow.
Another same typo.
Yeah, same typo. Where are you? 1,000 voices whispered. The eye rolled in its bloodied socket, searching.
Sauron wants his ring.
Yeah.
How to say it?
Sauron wants his ring.
Also, can I just say, when you said Linkin Barked, I just thought of Linkin Park's Numb, but just with dog sounds instead.
I've become so bark, I can hear him there.
Bark, 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 bark.
I'd listen to that album, actually, honestly.
Oh, God. Well, I was gonna say, like, we just recently got the new singer. I think they got also a like it's not just the woman, but they also got someone else to be like the underlying more bassy voice.
Oh,
They
did
got
they?
a new singer for it. The new single sounded really good. The Emptiness Machine. The live performance of Numb was a little weird, and then Twi messaged me today about the new lead singer and how she may be affiliated with the Church of Scientology, and
No way!
she kind of stood up for what was his name? Danny
Masters.
Mathewson, something like that, or is it Masters?
Danny
I can't look
I
at
don't know.
names right now.
It's
but
the guy.
Yeah.
Danny Masterson.
He was the guy that was convicted of doing, let's say, not nice thing to two women, and he's been put away for 30 years. She stood up for him before his conviction.
Oh my god.
So, kind of a look. I like her I like her singing, but it's like I'm keeping a fucking eye on you. That's
Yeah.
There's some uncomfortableness there.
I was halfway
Apparently-
typing in the Emptiness Machine. Now I feel awkward pressing enter.
Oh.
Go ahead and listen to it. It's a great song. It's a genuine separate the artist from the art. That's just the problem.
Yeah.
Right. Just look up the lyrics
Apparently-
version so they don't get any views.
Apparently, she at least took back the support that she had for Danny Masterson. But you know,
being still being in bed with not Kevin Spacey. Who is the guy who's the actor who's in the Scientology? I forgot.
Tom Cruise.
Danny Masterson.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Yeah.
Everything. Thank you.
Well, like Danny Masterson was also in the church as well.
Oh,
apparently, like half of the cast of that '70s show was inducted into the Church of Scientology.
Ayo.
That's creepy as
I
fuck.
never heard about that before, but that's crazy.
Someone asked what the Church of Scientology is. The Church of Scientology is a cult, a religious cult that was created by a science fiction author.
L. Ron Hubbard, the man who is like the most legendary, most damning thing about Scientology is L. Ron Hubbard's one of his most famous quotes is, "There's a lot of money to be made in religion." Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
And this religion is incredibly popular in Hollywood, and they kind of use being actors and actresses that if you want to get into the actor space and make it as a big time actor, you have to go into the Church of Scientology. That is what a lot of people think up there, or down there, I guess I should say.
Yeah, there's a whole thing where like in order to progress in your spirituality, you have to pay like huge boatloads of money to progress up. It's effectively like kind of a pyramid scheme. Like,
yeah,
it
is.
It's either a diluted cult, or a scam, or a scheme,
Or both.
or all three.
Yeah.
They are incredibly famous for heckling and harassing people who speak out against the church. Like, to the point where it's probably illegal.
They also believe that the Great Lord Xenu launched like 480 nuclear missiles into volcanoes to detonate the planet, or he will in the end of times. I'm trying to remember exactly how insane their fucking story is. But when your spirituality features nuclear missiles, I have
Yeah,
problems.
I'm like,
I was going to say, if the end times involve nuclear missiles, frankly, that's a pretty boring set of end times.
Yeah.
Anyway, Josh says something. One unicorn to rule them all. One unicorn to find them. One unicorn. Oh, excuse me. One unicorn to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. Sorry.
You
I
okay
should
there?
have. Yeah, I should have
In-
drank something before I started
in the
speaking.
land of Numenor where the shadows lie.
Izanagi says, this sounds worse than the Mooney/Unification Church. Well, yes, because unlike those, Scientology has a popularity.
They got
to it.
some clout.
They
Yeah.
have clout, popularity, and influence.
And also they're referenced by South Park several times. So
Yeah, South Park probably has the best read on them. If you want to look at parodies. Anyway, that was an aside. Unicorns are Scientologists. That's what we've figured out here.
Yep.
So yeah, let's continue on.
Yeah. So, my apologies. We go into chapter 11 after Ari
You sound like
Faints.
you're dying. It's
yeah.
it's like, oh, I'm in so much pain trying to read this.
What 11 chapters of Unicorns of Balinor does to a motherfucker.
Unicorns
Yeah.
of Balinor. Don't involve Balinor in this. I don't know what Balinor is, but I feel sorry for its association with this shit.
Probably something related to the Lord of the Rings, because I got that on the mind now.
I was about to say that sounded like a Lord of Rings thing. Hey chat, verify it. Is Baylor a Lord of the Rings thing or no? Somebody will know. They always do.
Somewhere. Anyway.
Over the rainbow.
Yeah.
Baylor is Lord of the Rings. Okay. Isa, thank you.
That's
Yeah,
Balrog.
Oh, it's a day
Oh.
in Irish mythology.
Oh. Neat.
Ah, cool.
So Baylor is not Lord of the Rings. Definitely not the one with the fiery demon with the whip. Isa wouldn't know that because he avoids European mythology like the plague.
No,
Wait,
I know
wait.
why that sounded familiar.
Wait, what?
Oh no, Twi.
Is a D&D thing?
What?
It's the assassin show that I kept talking about.
Oh,
I'm scrolling down like, why does it sound familiar?
What?
And I'm seeing Lou of the Trois de Danan, and I'm like, wait, Lou of the Lud as in
Well,
like
yes,
Lud
I
et
was
Twitter?
gonna-
Oh my
yeah,
god!
I was gonna make a I was gonna mention
wait.
that. Like, is his
That
name
assassin?
literally the Trois de Dan?
Is it that Assassin's show?
It's
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
To give you guys records, I actually recently discovered this. I mentioned it last week. I'm watching because I hate myself. I'm watching
He
this.
does. He really does.
Okay, walk you through this. I saw a few clips on YouTube of this anime where it seemed like sort of
Okay.
a revenge type story where the main characters kill a bunch of like slavers and abusers and such in like a medieval setting.
Okay.
I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
they're using like a bunch of magic stuff. It's kind of interesting combat. Some of it looks interesting. Maybe there's more to this that I'd be interested in. So I looked it up,
All
found
right.
it, and I found this wild fucking anime called "The World's Best Assassin Gets Reincarnated into Another Life."
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah. It's fucking awful. It is.
Yeah.
Quite
I mean,
possibly-
to be fair, it's an isekai.
Well,
dude.
no.
What'd you
Then I
expect?
learned. Guess who wrote it?
Oh,
Obviously,
who?
you don't know the Japanese name, but like, think of the other written works of this author. There's only one other
I-
major written work by this author.
I do not know. I didn't know they wrote anything else.
Oh no,
Need to look
you
that
know
up.
what they wrote. You've heard of it. Because they're also the
Oh,
author
I
of
have?
Redo of Healer.
I forgot. I forgot.
So I'm actually curious now because I'd only heard of Redo of Healer by name and by everyone's discussion around it. Either people really in support of it, really against it, like back and forth. I'm always prone to be like, maybe it's not as bad, maybe it's somewhere in the middle. I am much more prone to believe the people that hate redo of Healer now that it's
I
actually
mean, look,
shit.
if you try to watch it as a serious show, you're gonna want to
I'm sorry. Even
13
when I'm
reasons
trying to
why
watch,
your own throat.
even when I'm trying to watch Assassin as a not serious show, it tries to treat it like there are serious moments in between the main character having his bones jumped by um by his stepsister that he adopted after saving, by his servant that he adopted after saving, by his cousin,
Yep.
and by his goddamned mother.
By his Oh, wait. I forgot about that part.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. I am drinking Gatorade. Was I spiked? What am I listening to? What am I listening
you're
to?
absolutely right.
Look, I might do like a solo stream discussing this show in the future. It is bad. It is bad.
pretty
It makes
bad.
me feel
It is
dirty
pretty
because
bad.
I went. I'm like, oh, there's an unrated version. I'll watch that. I am now on several watch lists. Thank you very much for that anime.
From what I remember of the manga, is arguably worse. From what little I remember of it, I think I've read like, I don't know, 10 or so chapters of it before the anime came out.
Oh, it gets worse as it goes along. It gets.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
man.
this world didn't know what moisturizer was.
What?
What?
He
He
invents.
invented
Wait,
moisturizer.
yeah, you're right.
Invents
That was an
moisturizer.
early part of the show. Yeah,
Yeah.
he invented moisturizer.
I want to elaborate why this is so bizarre, everyone. Moisturizer has existed in some form or other since the dawn of humanity. We're talking 6,000 years minimum. Like, the fact they have never had moisturizer before this point in any shape or form, and that it's somehow a miracle invention that he came up with, is just baffling to me. It's one of the most, like, there is so much about the world's development, including the massive cosmetics market that he enters, that would not exist were it not for moisturizer existing prior to it. It is. Oh, God, it's such a bad show! Oh!
Okay.
Izanagi says, 2 things. 1, I do actually know some European myth. I just love Asian myths a lot. 2, oh God, was with these bottom-scraping anime.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Dude.
Also, when it comes to European myth, I have a question. This will be on the test. Where did Sigurd get his sword?
Shit, I actually know this one because of freaking not trope talk, fucking overly sarcastic productions.
Yeah.
I watched a video on them about it. I forgot. Damn it.
I don't know because I'm not familiar with Sigurd.
Yeah, my joking answer to Isa is
The right answer.
out.
The right answer is Billy Donuts, Detroit.
Detroit. Cleveland. The answer is Cleveland.
But the answer, by the way, actually, just for generalities to let you guys know, the story with Sigurd, yes, Garm, where he got Garm, it is the sword in the tree. It's the original where we get the sword in the stone for Arthurian mythology.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was taken in
Yeah.
because Sigurd got Garm from a tree that he was led to by Odin, I believe. Or some weird man. That part of the story I don't particularly remember. But anyway.
Garm? You freed Garm?
Yes,
Oh,
Garm.
that's a royal fuck up right there.
Anyway, I'm not dying anymore, so we can
Yes.
continue
Good.
on. Thank you guys for.
Halftime show.
It could be Loki, yes, 100%.
So, like I was saying, Eri faints at the end of last chapter, and at the beginning of this chapter, Dr. Bones is taking care of her again. She asks her to describe what she saw. And they just talk about various things. The first thing that Eri says when she wakes up is asking about Chase, because Chase is literally the most important thing in existence to her.
For real.
You sure?
And yeah, I'm very sure.
I didn't get it. It was too subtle.
So and then secondarily, she asks about the pot, and then Dr. Bones says there was no pot. and Ari thinks that she's going insane. And then
No.
she describes what she saw.
No,
No,
that's
you have to
what it's like to
understand.
be on pod.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Yeah, I was about
there
to
is no
say.
pot. It's like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge of like, don't get me in trouble with the feds.
I was about to say, this is the late 90s. There has to be pot somewhere.
But she gets very theater kid dramatic right here.
Oh my lord.
I don't know why I didn't highlight this. So I
She
highlighted
struggled-
something that I don't think that I should have highlighted. Then I didn't highlight something that I should have. I'm so good at my job.
Amazing.
She struggled. It was looking. Her brain felt as if it were wading through hip-deep mud. Suddenly she broke free of the strange lock on her tongue and gasped, Looking for me!
Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Burns.
It's very theater kid. I'm gonna just highlight that just just so people know what we're talking about.
Out my ears. Hey, you were the one complaining about my volume.
Dude,
Read what you sow.
You specifically.
I also had to change. I had to turn off the automatic detection on Discord because I think that was also messing me up as well.
Yeah.
I still have Crisp on, but the automatic thing is off. So, because Ari fainted, the whole afternoon is gone. The whole afternoon? Gone? Fear clutched her heart. In the days after the accident, there had been many days like that, when she had drifted in and out of consciousness, not knowing where time had gone. That would have been nice to know about before this very moment.
I was
Like,
gonna
you know,
say.
during the big time skip that we had.
Yeah, when
Maybe
I first
she
read
was just
that,
playing Pokemon. You don't know.
yeah, fair enough. When I first read that, I was like, this happens often?
Yeah.
What?
So does Ari have permanent brain damage? I mean, yeah, okay, they have the amnesia excuse, but I mean like permanent brain damage. We're talking not
We
even
don't-
memory shit. We're talking you are literally ceasing to function for long periods of time.
Fuck,
That's
man,
what
I
it
have
sounds
no
like
idea.
to me.
Well, considering how she just stupidly opens jars and just does stuff, it might be possible.
Okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
like the problem with that is that no one here has distributed any kind of like activation of brain cells in this entire story so far.
Yeah.
So like I don't
Yeah.
know what distinguishes normal in this world.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
It's very frustrating, and also I think this is the only time that we ever get reference to Ari just dissociating. Like she talks about having just periods of time where she just dissociates or whatever for no reason at all and just doesn't remember that time has passed or what she was doing. And then it's mentioned here in this one paragraph, and then I don't think that we ever get that again. So like, what was the point?
Sure.
Oh my god. I
Sure.
was
Okay.
I was waiting for that part, dude. Oh my, just.
Nobody gives a shit.
That's my only answer to that. Just knowing that it's just completely pointless from here on, which could have been a very interesting part of her character to deal with, but guess not.
It also, this is just a very weird thing. So the thought alone of her great stallion is enough to get her off the couch.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Yes. And she immediately asks, like, he's okay, isn't he? Anne was anxious,
My
Ari could
God.
tell. His mouth is okay. Why would you say that?
I can't use the same soundbite twice within the same second span. God damn it! Oh.
Like, what a weird thing. Like, I get it for the horn, because like I get it for calling him a horse instead of a unicorn because you're used to calling him a unicorn, but then you have
Right.
to correct yourself to horse. But mouth? Why?
I guess the damage to the mouth from the scraping from the copper piece, maybe.
But wasn't that wasn't that like days or weeks ago? I don't fucking remember.
I don't.
No, apparently this happened, like, apparently the whole kerfuffle with Lori happened in the morning, and now this is the evening because Ari was passed out for the whole afternoon.
Huh? Oh,
So
okay.
wait,
Sure, fine.
wait a second. All of this happened in the same day. Okay.
Yeah,
Very
the
rough day.
whole... Yep, the whole Lori being bucked off of Chase, Ari running to Dr. Bones, getting the salve, passing out, getting her massages done, all of that happened in the span from like 9 a.m. to like 6 p.m.
All right. Sure.
Yep.
Productive day.
All right.
And then they tell her that Lori and Mr. Carmichael are still willing to lease Chase out despite wanting to shoot him earlier. But they insist they insist that Ari is not allowed near Chase anymore and that they get a new trainer for him. Ari stared at Anne astonished. What? Now, it's not that you aren't a wonderful trainer, but Mr. Carmichael's right. You're only 13, and you and the, horse have spent just too much time together. Far too much time. He said it isn't natural.
At least they're self-aware on that point.
She
Look,
paused, a
you
peculiar
can't-
look on her face.
Ari, you gotta stop tonguing the horse's mouth when you have the
Oh
chance.
my
Like, you
lord!
gotta stop doing that in
Stop!
public.
Not natural for that kind of bond to exist between horse and rider. And you know, he may be right. So it will be good for both of you to have Chase handled by someone else for a change, just for the year's lease.
Dude, when Ari just heard that like they're going to give her to the new trainer, she was like,
Oh, okay, man, you're having too much fun with the freaking sound.
okay, I'll space him out. I'll space him out from here on. I just
He's
really
becoming too
thought
powerful.
This fit.
I was
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
say,
Discord Nitro was
and
giving me too many powers.
this is the God Horse!
Yeah. Everyone is aware. Everyone is aware of this, but don't worry, we're still going to do this. And it's like, oh, we need a better trainer. Also, by the way, 13-year-old is the trainer for Stallion. Fuck off.
No, and
Yeah.
also, you know, we need the money, even though we own a whole ass ranch with several fucking horses. But whatever.
Yep. Well, maybe that's why they're so broke. They don't know what money is. Sorry.
So,
Damn, that's
Ari asks an important question. Do we really need the money that badly, Anne?
good.
Anne's
question.
eyes shifted. A long look passed between her and Dr. Bones. The vet said, and stamped angrily to her desk. She sat down, slammed open a drawer, took out some papers, and pretended to read. Then she shouted, I am not taking part in this discussion. Because you're an adult.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that's
okay.
a reasonable reaction.
I was
You
gonna
okay
say,
there?
It'd be kind of fun if you learned that, like, in Balinor, it's actually, like, Dr. Bones is actually kind of a child. Like, I don't know, like a fey spirit. That's, like, really good with, like, healing magic and such, but, like, not good at all at emotions. But she was still sent over here as an adult doctor because that's what they needed her to do. Like, you can have fun with that. I doubt that'll be the case.
Yeah.
Interesting ideas here, Raymond. For shame.
I know, right?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Ari tried again. Maybe I can work on the Peterson farm after school starts. I could earn money there. They need a stable hand.
How do you know that?
What?
Don't you have
any
amnesia?
memories.
Aren't you
I-
injured?
You shouldn't have any memories of any of that.
Also, by the way, Peterson Farm. Who dis?
They never get mentioned again.
Yep, exactly. New farm. Who dis?
As far as we're concerned, Ari has never left Glacier River Farm. And from the sound of it, they don't want her to. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go off the farm just yet, Ari. Anne rubbed her neck. Her hand was muddy. It left a streak of mud between her folds of fat. Why?
Why?
Why are you
Why do you
muddy in a
have to-
doctor's office? Wash your fucking hands.
Sanitation, please.
Where'd the mud come from?
Why does this book have to specify all the time how fat Anne is, to the point where she has folds of fat on her neck that dirt and mud can get creased under?
Do you understand
Why?
how fat you have to be to get folds of fat on your neck? Like,
Okay,
That's
98
movie
levels.
That's movie Bob size, dude.
no,
Yeah,
I
that's-
think like, okay, no, you're right. Getting towards movie Bob in like boogie area, like we're definitely
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
That is near bedbound levels of fat.
You work at a ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. What the
I-
fuck?
I also need emphasize here. One of the biggest expenses of owning animals in whatsoever form is veterinarian costs.
Yes.
Mhm.
You have a magic veterinarian here that's working gratis because she believes that the person you're taking care of is the fucking Christ. Why do you
Yeah,
need
Jesus
money?
H. Christ, the H for horse.
In the name of the
Exactly.
saddle, in the name of the saddle, the hoof, and the mare. Amen.
The saddle, the hoof, and the holy mare.
Like this would only make sense for any kid who has never researched anything horse related ever. So someone who is not a horse kid.
Hail,
Like this-
Hail Mare, full of grace, the horse is with thee. Blessed are thou among equines, and blessed is the fruit of your womb.
Sun chaser.
Sun chaser.
Holy mare, mother of what's the queen's name again? I can't remember.
I don't know. I mean, we can't stretch it, but
Yeah, okay, we're done.
Yeah. And as for school, of course I'll go to school, Ari said astonished. Why ever wouldn't I? Anne gestured vaguely. The farm, the work. We were thinking of Dr. Bones homeschooling you. So, I know that you guys saw what I meant when I said, abusive, but
Yeah.
Big red flags.
Bro.
Well, okay,
This is
like,
restricting
okay, no, this is a
everything.
red flag for a massive reason. Because I'm
Yes.
all for homeschooling. Because there's curriculum and things you can get that actually have structure and shit to them. There's actually a pretty good homeschooling system here. The problem that I'm having is homeschooling is really fucking expensive if you're paying someone else to do it. More expensive than sometimes private school. More expensive than sending someone to public school. That's the red flag. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
we're down on money, yet you can afford to pay Dr. Bones not only to be an in-house veterinary technician, but also to be my fucking tutor.
Yeah. Well, also, the thing that I wanted to emphasize, the reason why this gives me red flags, apart from what you'd already said, was they're isolating Ariana so that she cannot go outside of the farm. She has to stay on the farm. She has to work pro bono on the farm without paying her.
Oh, yeah.
And she's not allowed to have friends or any kind of social connections outside of the farm.
My God,
Yeah,
I'm sitting here just imagining such a better version of this story where was it? The other girl's name, the bitch,
Lori?
Lori, Lori, like. I'm just imagining in my head. I mean, sure, sue me. It's the Yuri fan in me that sees like plots like this all the time. But like at the same
Of
time, a
course.
story of two girls becoming friends over the fact that like they're the only people they can interact with, and like you could get the exploration of like, yeah, no, my parents keep me here, and I don't know why. It's a mystery, and like the
Yeah.
abusive nature of the relationship. They could be agents of the villain, just trying to keep the princess away or something like that.
True.
Because like if they kill her, she'll reincarnate or something like that. So we can't. It's better to keep her trapped with unknowing. And meanwhile, you get the flip side of Lori learning about like how she grew up pampered and the like, and her parents do things for her, but she doesn't ever really feel the connection. And it's like her first real connection is with Ariana. Like they're actually forming a friendship and a bond, and it's exciting. And like, God, how am I? It's 5 seconds. Literally 5 seconds.
Well, here's your great sin that you did with this whole story thing, Raymond. You didn't recognize that the only relationship that Ariana can have is with Storm Chaser. Storm Chaser, Sun Chaser. Fuck.
Storm Chaser. Also,
different
I
unicorn.
love. Also, I love the fact that we finally had a character in story ask, "Why do y'all need the fucking money this much?" and that never got answered. I love that so much. That is my favorite part.
It was the biggest flag of just like, okay, so you are agents of this kingdom trying to help the princess and everything. So you are going back to Balinor for a bit, if timeline wise goes. So throwing this out there, you want your princess to have social connections so she doesn't like get socially stunted or like emotionally damaged in any way. Like this is the next generation of leaders. Please, you're the king and queen and the princes are kind of AWOL right now. So you got one.
And
Keep it
maybe
safe.
actually, while we're
Ariana
on that
just looks over
subject,
to
maybe
Chase.
do something. Oh, go ahead.
Ariana
Okay,
just looks
quickly, someone asked me a question. I didn't watch much of the last stream, but where did you come across a story like this? I came across this in my school library when I was living with my dad when I was 9 years old. That's where I came across this book. It was very popular at the time.
I was gonna say, just Ariana turning to Sun Chaser, and just being like, "Don't come to homeschool tomorrow. I like you. Don't come to homeschool."
Sean says, "You're fixing Ruby. Stop trying to fix this book. That's Twilight's job." I was like, "Yes."
She's free to steal any idea I come up with as I go.
Yeah.
No, he's
I
giving
actually-
suggestions.
Yeah. I mean, Lori is going to be a main character in this book series. I'm going to spoil that right now. So,
Indeed, yes.
to a certain extent,
All right.
we are going to get something with Ari and Lori. It's not going to be exactly what you're looking for, but
It's something.
Oh,
It's something,
I'm
yeah.
totally expecting that Lori goes
Wait.
on to become like a main villain. That would be fun.
Wait. Okay. Chief Fleur says, then what book is Kaiser gonna fix? Lily's 100 plus wine. Damn.
Oh no.
I mean, that'd be much easier compared to all this shit. I don't know.
That's
what y'all
not so much
talking
as a
about.
fix as much as it is just putting it through a paper shredder.
Yeah.
I mean, that too, because a good chunk of it aren't even proper writing tips. So, like, instead of it just being 100, it would be like, I don't know, 75 or some shit.
Yeah. Anyway, Anne goes on to say, Ari goes on to say, "You make it sound as if I'm a prisoner here," she said quietly. "I haven't been off the farm since the accident except to go to the hospital. Not to the mall, not to the movies, nowhere." "Don't be silly," Anne said. She chewed her lip nervously. "Of course you can leave the farm. Just not now, of course, but soon."
No, you read it wrong.
It's
not just now, of course, which is a
Yes.
weird way to put that.
Uh-huh. It's like,
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I know that it's because they are trying to get Ari back to Balinor, but again, it doesn't make sense because they're gaslighting her so hard, and it really makes it seem very, very hard. Like, these are just
Like, they don't want to
abusive
go.
parents who just want to keep her as a workhorse slave.
Well, not only that, but it doesn't seem like they want to even like focus on the Balinor stuff at all. Like,
Yeah.
they're not even
For
doing
what
anything to see
reason?
if they can fix her amnesia.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're going out of their way to do the gaslighting, to just say, "Oh, you're not this, this, and this," to be a normal person, trying to be normal people as normal as they can. When 5 years on, you're not gonna be here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just so unnecessary.
It, like, knowing what I know about the rest of the series and coming back to this first book always just makes me so confused, because I think that part of the reason why I like this book so much was when I was first reading it as a kid, I made a better story in my head because, like I said, I just either didn't acknowledge or forgot that Anne and Frank weren't always denizens of Earth. So I thought, kind of, that they were legitimately trying to keep Ari there forever, just to work on their property. And that's what I'm going to do in my rewrite of this book series, is I'm going to make it not that they were always denizens of Earth, but that they were citizens of Balinor from thousands of years ago that were told by the king and queen to go investigate the other side of the gap and to establish something there so that they can start to learn more about it, maybe even conquer it. And this is when they realize that there is a time discrepancy between Earth and Balinor, because they realize that the princess that came from the other side of the gap is no longer anyone that they recognize. It's not the child of the king and queen that they remember. And they've only been there for 5 years, so this kid should have been the child that they remember. And so they want to take their revenge by keeping her there, not sending her back to Balinor. That is my fix.
Okay.
They could also be agents of the Shifter, you know, our enemy.
Admittedly,
Well,
Yes.
I was gonna
That's
say,
right. Our enemy,
although
the
I
Shifter.
guess I mean,
Oh, is
although
it-
the only question with that version of events is, you know, why don't they bother killing her instead of just keeping her as a metaphorical prisoner in this different plane of existence or whatever. But you can probably find
Because-
some magical reason there. I was talking about IKnowNothing's version. I don't know about yours.
Oh, yeah.
I got nothing, dude.
So you gaslit yourself into thinking you're reading a better story. Yes, I effectively think I did, yes.
Guys, you're not gonna believe me when I tell you this. That's how a lot of people enjoy a lot of stories.
Yeah.
It is an
Well.
unfortunate fact that most people survive in stories based on vibe alone. It's
Mhm.
very like
Mhm.
people were talking about Alien Romulus, which I've not watched. I've only watched reviews covering it and some of the things that happen in it. And it sounds fucking awful, but people were swept up because it looks and feels like the original Alien and Aliens.
I've seen it.
I was about to say, like, I feel like it's the same thing with like My Adventures with Superman. Like, I haven't seen it myself, and I know a lot of people like it. But from what everything Pete has been showing me and telling me about the way this series goes, especially season 2, everything I heard about season 2 sounds like the dumbest shit imaginable.
I
But
still need to get around to watching it.
I gave it so much, but they ruined for the man who has everything story, and that is
Yeah!
a sin I will not allow.
Dude,
I
I
will
know
not allow
nothing.
that.
I will send you a video of Pete talking about that exact episode and how much it pisses him off.
Yeah, like there's a couple of booktubers that I found where they actively describe this phenomenon that Raymond was talking about, where they said as soon as they close the book for the final time, they do not remember the events of the book. The only thing that they remember is what the book made them feel as they were reading it. And that floors me.
What floors me about it though is like I don't think that's inherently bad. I don't think that's like
Sure.
because like the idea is like you can definitely like you can stoke someone's imagination based on that. You can stoke someone's passions based on the feelings that you convey in the book. I mean, at the end of the day, conveying sensation is in itself a tricky
Mhm.
thing to do. Um,
Yes.
but so it's like there is something to applaud there. But on the flip side, you get so much more when you can do both that and have it fed with an underlying story where that actually makes some sense.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
Interesting fact. I look at my own novel. I look at The Artificer. I actually think it's a decently well constructed little book. It's not super complicated or anything. It's relatively straightforward. But I don't
Right.
think I really conveyed any particular energy in it. Like it was just I wrote it in such a way that I'm just like trying to get my groove back and I'm just trying to tell a small little story that's not super intense. So it doesn't it doesn't have that kind of lasting impact and I fully recognize that's a flaw of
Yeah.
the story.
Yeah. It
I've been
doesn't
told,
have like that much evocation of emotion there.
yeah, I've been
Yeah.
told the biggest thing that I can say for Caliburn Chronicle is the fact that it really brings home of like, wow, this is two friends who are really, really trying to make something work, and
Mm.
there's a desperation which I'm not getting into. Spoiler: read the book, please. It's actually quite nice.
So Raymond, I think you're the only one out of both you and I Know Nothing that has read most of what I have so far for Cadence of Magic. How would you say that the book feels? Or if it feels at all?
That's a good question. I have to look back over it. Um,
The
Mm.
parts that I had were very wistful. If I can give something,
Yeah, sure,
there's
go ahead.
It's a it's a start to a magical land and a magical story, but there's a wistfulness, there's an innocence that eventually does trickle into something else.
Mm.
But there's a vibe. There is a vibe.
Mm.
I'll admit that. That being said, I need to figure out the exact words to say for it.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
think
I would need to.
wistful actually is a pretty touched on word there. Like that stands out to me because I'm thinking of there's a scene in the fields that I think actually really generated with me when he's putting his hands into the dirt and he starts doing the thing there and his dad has
Yeah.
to stop him.
Mm.
Like that's one of those moments that like really stood out to me as like it was really well written in how you lull us into this kind of trance along with him and he has to be
Mm.
ripped out of it.
Yeah.
Like that's where like you're firing on all cylinders and like I think the refinement of the book is you trying to like thread the appropriate energy elsewhere where it might not be present quite yet because I remember I still have some like I don't want to say gripes because like I don't know mechanically how to help you with the very beginning of the book but like
Hmm. Hmm.
the sensation at the beginning of the book still doesn't quite hit me. I once you get deeper into the beginning, it starts
I,
to click in. But like at the
Yeah.
very beginning, it's
that's
like kind of a rough start.
that's also
And that's
something
that's
that
fair.
I think that's also something because I remember showing Twilight the prologue chapter of the story that I am working on, and I think from some of the people that I've shown about it so far, I think at the very least they did get some conveyance of emotion between the two characters that I'm writing about, but I still think it could be refined a lot more on my end, but that's because
Oh,
this is the
Well,
first
that's a
thing of the
feeling you're
second.
never gonna get rid of, my dude.
yeah.
Okay.
Also, when you sent a lot of your story to me, that was like 3 pages, and it's like I can't do anything with 3 pages, my dude. Do you want me to give you like a line edit? Because I can do a line edit for you. I can't do a developmental edit. You didn't give me enough for it.
I mean, that's fair enough, which is part of why I'm going to be like, once I get something, once I find the time to, my bad. I think I'm just going to
Yeah.
focus on like making vignettes instead of like
Yeah.
different parts of the story.
Oh, I will say one that like it kind of like looking back at my own work because I completely feel like I have my novel, but like if you want something that conveys more emotions, really the latter 6 of the short stories I wrote, all of those had a very clear kind of sensation I wanted to try and elicit. So that might help convey it even more. I think those are still well structured and do that as
Yeah.
well, but they're also a lot simpler than a long novel.
Yeah. Also, like I know that you said that you had a lot of problems with it. My novel is still in like early draft. So this is usually how we talk about our novels, like behind the scenes, how we discuss it with our friends and our colleagues and other writers in the writing communities that we're a part of, and how we make our stories get better by telling each other what the weaknesses are, how to fix them, where there are problems that we might have, and to discern whether or not those problems are personal biases versus actual structural or emotive issues with the story.
Yeah, because there's just could be a vibe or a feeling that you have as the author of like, oh, this isn't good. But your perspective is so warped because you are the author, you either can't see what you're doing good or bad. And
Yeah.
that requires more eyes.
That said,
Tip your editors, peeps.
we still
Indeed.
have what 48.
We barely got
42%?
into the book, yeah.
Yeah, we have
Yeah, we
42%
barely got
to
into
get
it.
through,
We need to
and
get
we've
going.
already been
Okay.
at this an hour and a half, so let's try and speed up a little bit.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So, Ari leaves the clinic. Chase is there outside. They briefly talk about a rabbit or something, because
Wabbit season.
Link hears something. They get another scare. Ari tries to get the animals to talk to her in her head again, but I don't think they do. So she dreamed it, imagined it, maybe even had a delusion. Maybe Anne was right, and it wasn't safe for her to go away from the farm. No, that was stupid. Stupid. She wouldn't let them, any of them, talk her into questioning her own mind. See, she acknowledges that it's gaslighting.
Yep. Also, by the way, Anne also said, good, you're hearing things.
Yes.
Remember that.
Oh yeah, we forgot. We didn't pick up on that.
Oh,
Oops.
my
Yeah.
Lord. We got gaslit in the gaslighting.
Yep. She was sane as she'd ever been. She knew it. She was as sure as that as she was sure of her love for her horse and her dog.
Okay. All right. Now we're adding the dog to the equation. I'm sorry, mad
don't
white
think
girl
about it.
energies.
Yeah.
Everyone keep the peanut butter away from her.
Yeah, please.
So she goes to feed Chase and clean up and all that kind of stuff. She took 2 flakes of hay from the stack Dr. Bones kept for the clinic animals and scattered them on the ground. It was good hay, timothy and clover, and a little alfalfa mixed in for flavor. Chase examined the hay with a pleased air. Ari knew that he was happy because his lower lip softened and the wrinkles above his eyes deepened. He snorted happily and stuck his nose into the pile, searching for the purple-green alfalfa blossoms before the others. Alfalfa to horses was like chocolate to people. A little was delicious, but too much meant a stomach ache. Now, how
Only
did
if
I
you're
know
weak.
that, Link? Now, how did I know that, Link? She said to the collie. Perhaps her memory was coming back in bits and pieces.
Apparently, you know a fuck ton of shit, Ari. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
really.
what was it? She wouldn't let any of them talk to a question. She was as sane as she had ever been. She knew it. What does that mean to you? Do you remember how
Yeah.
sane you used to be? Do you have any concept of that? What the fuck are you talking about? You knew what a mall was. You knew what the Peterson farm was. What the fuck, Ari?
You know what movies are.
Yeah, she's never been off of the farm, yet she knows what a mall is. She knows what the Peterson farm is. She knows that they're in need of stable hands. And yet, like, none of this makes any sense.
You Everyone
this-
in chat and in the call might be wondering, but where is she getting this information? From the writer, because the
Well,
writer
about to
forgot
say.
that she forgot.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
was
this
about
is
to say the script was left on her doorstep, so that's how she knew.
this is the beginning of the author not writing a story, but writing horse propaganda to the reader.
I'm sorry, this is the beginning? Didn't that
Yes.
start from the
Yeah, no.
beginning?
My friend Kaiser, we have not yet begun.
Yeah, no.
Like
It-
the attachment to Sun Chaser in particular. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, the horse propaganda is only just now really getting off the tracks. By the end of book 8, you're looking at goose stepping horses. All right, like, like the horns
So-
are growing on the middle of their lip.
It gets really apparent in this next section. Ari remembered something else that she must have known before her accident. Too much grain could colic a horse, and colic could be a killer.
Okay.
Why do we need to know that? Unless if you're just trying to educate children on random horse facts
You
in
might
the
be-
middle of you trying to tell a story.
Yeah, you
That
know
has
when
no-
this. Yeah, you know when this comes up again.
Never.
A lot.
Yeah.
Never. Right?
Like, it actually does come up again a couple of times, but it is just, again, kind of a random fact until there is one moment where a random horse does get colicked and almost dies.
Yeah, I was getting the joke of like, guys, this is the one weird fact that actually does come back up.
Yes.
You see, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
The odd
Indeed.
thing about this, like, there's several different ways to like
Rhymes
insert
like
this kind of
fucking
stuff
round
into a
rap.
story, like, and actually have it be natural and be like having her pause and be like, wait a minute, too much of this will colic a horse. I could kill them. How do I
Yeah.
know that? Like having a character. This is why I always stress like one of the best ways to really work with prose, and while it doesn't work for everyone, it works for me a lot. Trying to bleed a little bit of character into the prose so that you're kind of mixing the prose with their internal thoughts goes a long way towards helping you smooth over exposition, because then it's the character giving commentary on the world around them and what they're doing, what other people are doing. It really helps smooth out a lot of problems instead of describing things from a very neutral standpoint as the narrator.
Yeah. So Ari is just really enamored by horse grain at the moment, and she decides to stick her fingers right inside the grain because I guess she likes stimming with it. She likes the feel of the grain.
She's a Rebel Moon character.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Oh
Oh,
my,
no!
yeah. Oh my lord!
By the way, we were going to do a coverage of that. It just sucks that critter jumped out. But like,
Yeah.
I watched part 1 of the director's cut, and
Oh, it's
surprisingly,
out?
I
forgot
liked it
it's out.
better than
Both
the
are out, man.
original. But that's just because they added more details. It actually like, oh, this makes a little bit more sense. There are some things that make
Okay.
less sense. But I can tell you one thing they did is they addressed, hey, why haven't we used this fucking spaceship that was parked out back? Oh yeah, no, it's down and decrepit, and we're actually trying to fix it now. It's like, oh,
Okay,
okay.
but
Mhm.
here's the question. Here's the important question. Did they change the diegetic violence scene?
Oh, that's part 2.
That is part 2.
Oh, right, yeah,
Personally, the
that is
best
part two.
character in the best character in Rebel Moon, by the way, is Alu Akpet.
Yes, Alu
Um,
Akpet.
Which one
I'll
is
be
that
right
again?
back. That's in the director's cut.
That's the director's cut thing.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back in this restroom.
Okay, Rebel Moon tangent over. Except that grain was soft and giving. What she found in the middle of the oats was not. Curious, Ari stepped under the light over the back door. Another spiraled stone. This one was creamy violet, much thicker and heavier. It was twice as long and wide as Ari's thumb. She patted her shirt pocket. Yes, there was the other stone. She took it out and laid the two together in her hand. They appeared to be made of the same stuff, but the colors of each stone were totally different. One rose, one violet. A whip. Wait, so I thought you said that it was cream. It was cream colored.
Wait,
Why
what?
is it rose now and violet?
Because much like the scar, these two change color. Also, by the way, that was just in the hay.
Yes, it was just in the hay.
What?
Okay.
Why is it being kept? Why are these freaking
Don't ask
horn
these
pieces just
questions.
lying around?
The only
Honest-
thing that I can think of why is that, like, you have Annalie or Frank or somebody just, like, finding these random pieces of Sunchaser's horn and is like, well, we can't just tell Aerie that her horse is actually a unicorn, so let's just put these pieces of his horn in random-ass places that Aerie's going to find them.
Also, again,
Yeah, just-
God Horse, they know this guy. Keep that
Yeah.
shit safe in like a box or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone has fireboxes, don't they?
I thought you were about to
You-
say Firefox.
Oh, well, that too, but that's a different kind of thing that we're looking for.
Yeah. A wisp of a memory came to her, and without thinking, she sang, "Yellow, silver, blue, the rainbow we make." And something, 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 she muttered. Darn, she'd almost had it. The song chimed
Yep,
softly in
done.
the back of her mind like a car radio set too low.
She just simulated the average experience of anyone reading this book trying to turn this into a song.
And something,
Yeah.
something. By the way, pro tip: don't say something, something unless you're making a like joke out of it, when someone can't remember the rest of it. Like that really doesn't work, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially this. Like she basically remembers a good chunk of it, so it's like have her just say what she remembers and then stop. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It bugged me ever since I read it originally. It's like, why are you saying something?
And now you're gonna make it everyone else's problem.
Correct. Twilight made it my problem. I have to.
Yep. Where it's like the videotape in The Ring. You gotta pass it on to somebody.
Pretty
Oh my
much.
gosh.
I was gonna say, like, they're storing these freaking horns around the entire freaking farm like it's 90s collectathon logic.
Yeah.
Oh, you searched the hay bale. You found the horn.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yep. So she searches the grain again to make sure that there's no other tiny little stones that her horse might accidentally eat and then die.
Good on
And
her.
then she goes around outside. She goes into the house. She checks Link's coat and paws for burrs and let herself in. And then Aerie wants to have dinner with her family, so Aerie smiles at Anne and washed her hands at the tap. "Shall I set the table?" Anne nodded abruptly. Aerie had no idea why it embarrassed Anne to have her set the table, but it did.
What? What?
Yes. Yeah, but we have to remember these are the servants.
Alright.
This is the princess.
Oh
She's setting the
Oh.
table?
Wait, y'all been living together for at least more than 5 freaking years. Why is it?
No.
No,
No,
not 5 years.
No. It
They-
hasn't been 5 years.
The lie is that they've been living together for 5 years. They've been living together for like a couple of months at most.
No, the 5 years thing came from my version of the story where Anne and
Oh.
Frank have been there for 5 years. Sorry, you
Oh.
guys are getting you guys are getting
Oh.
my version of the story mixed up with canon. I'm so sorry.
This
The
is literally
Lord.
what happens
Oh
to me.
Oh my
Twisted.
god, I pulled a Raymond with fixing Ruby and
Yeah.
Rudy.
You guys laughed at me. You called me crazy. But how is it now when the foot is on the other shoe?
To be fair, Twilight called you crazy. I just laughed.
So, she talks about the plates and describes the plates. And she stops and stares at the plates, the knives, the forks, and the spoons for the table, clutched in one hand. Crystal arch, violet rose, and it was the song. Had she made the song up? She frowned. She had seen these plates every day of her life, at least every day of her life that she could remember, which was the last 3 months. So she could imagine that she had made the song up to go with the images that she'd seen, and I did not highlight that again. So my apologies.
No worries,
think-
no worries. Everyone, let us. Who wants to start first with the fact that these so-called great servants of Balinor and everything? Yeah, let's gaslight the princess and string up the god horse for 3 months. That's gonna be hilarious.
Well, yeah, we've
Yeah.
already established we have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Like,
I know, but still.
Mhm.
Well, I was about to say the Ryers know what the fuck they're doing, so I think that tracks pretty well.
Yeah. So, Ari thinks that Anne would worry a lot if she told her that she fell asleep for hours and had nightmares every minute, and then I heard this strange song, not to mention the eye. They have another small conversation where they reiterate the fact that they're broke.
sell a
They-
horse.
I just
Like, I
just-
know,
I
like, is that
can't.
so anathema to you that you just can't sell a fucking horse that you somehow just magicked out of the fucking aether?
Yeah.
Like you have the wherewithal to start a freaking ranch business for just out of just literally out of pocket, even though you're not even in the same freaking hemisphere, much less the same dimension.
Mhm.
And yet you don't know how to maintain that fucking money.
Horse hoarders confirmed. Oh, on this episode of Hoarders, we go into this. It's just like horses everywhere in the house, all
Yes.
sizes. We're talking like giant horses that take up whole walls, teeny tiny ones that are like the size of teacups, just like all over the house.
Honestly, I want to see that actually.
That probably
Yeah.
exists somewhere.
Jack is making some sense. You could sell horses, or you could start breeding them. You
Yeah.
can make a lot of money by taking your stallions and selling them, selling the breeding
Right.
to mares. Yeah, the breeding rights.
Right.
Like that goes for a lot of money.
Okay,
But-
no,
Does, yes.
no, guys, I actually understand why they're not doing that. Look,
Yeah.
you got to be careful about Ariana. All right, you mentioned the wrong thing, and things just
Oh,
start to
no.
fucking spiral. All right?
Aww.
But like I also know why she didn't go this route, because it is a children's book and you don't want to have references to animals having sex. But still, like it's like we can do a lot of things with horses. We don't have to be very explicit with telling the children what we're doing with the horses,
Yeah,
like breeding them.
Okay, here's a fun like you. I mean, admittedly, this applies only to sheep, but like if you just say tupping, like oh the sheeps are out tupping, it's like, what do you mean by that? And like the adults can be like, we'll tell you when you're older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of stuff like that in children's content.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sure.
So it just really drives home how weird this plot point is and how it just really doesn't work.
Horse breeding has a lot of money. Yeah, that's why the Glock company does all of it.
Yeah,
That's one of
and,
the, it's one of the weirdest factoids. One of the largest gun manufacturers in the world, Glock, they do two things: manufacture firearms and breed horses. It's such a weird fucking cross section.
God bless America.
Like they just, it's German.
it is German.
Oh. Oh
the
my
Glocks
God.
are German, my friend.
Glock.
I didn't know.
But for the unicorns, I have in my notes another conversation why they're poor. At this point, they brought it on themselves.
Yep.
Oh, it's Austrian. Okay, my bad. Look, Austrians, Germans. Look, in 1940 they were the same thing.
Oh,
Oh,
Cool.
bro. It's a deep cut. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay, then. Don't ask what Volkswagen was doing during the 1940s. Anyway,
Yeah, so
I feel sorry for my Austrian friends right now.
If you remember last week, where we had this conversation about leasing Chase out, and it's like, why do we have to lease Chase? We have to lease him because of these reasons. And then Ari, earlier on in our conversation, asked the question, do we really need the money that badly? And now we're asking basically the same thing again. Then then we have to lease Chase then. There's no way out. I'm sorry, Ari, I really am. But the money that we can get from Mr. Carmichael is money to feed the other animals. And us, of course.
Wait a second. Didn't they already start to lease them? Why haven't you gotten the... Oh my god.
It's so weird. It's so weird because they're giving us this bullshit answer. We know what's actually going on in the story. Like, we actually have all the mysterious elements up front. So all we're waiting is for Ari to get her shit together and learn the truth. And it's like...
Not be gaslit.
And it's literally, we're just sitting here, like, learning information that's fucking worthless to us.
Pretty much, yeah.
And this is why I say that the first chapter of this book ruins the story, actually. Because if we didn't know...
The first and third.
And third, yeah. Because if we didn't know any of this information, the story would be a little bit better.
Yeah, because you get the mystery, you get the suspense.
Gaslit.
Yeah.
We'd be gaslit into reading a better book, yeah.
No. No. We'd just be gaslit about the story. We wouldn't be gaslit into reading a better book. Like, there's still the problems still remain.
Yeah, like the problems with the plot of this of leasing Chase House is still there, but it wouldn't be the problem of we already know why this is stupid and why this doesn't work, because we wouldn't know that. We wouldn't know that Ari is the princess and that they are her servants and that they know exactly what Chase is and why he shouldn't be leased out.
Yep.
So,
at least the God Horse gets strung up at this point.
Yeah. So if you remember back to chapter 4, when Lincoln first appeared in the book, he had a necklace with a ruby jewel on around his collar, or around his neck. It was serving as his collar. And so Ari brings that up again. You could sell that necklace Lincoln had around his neck. Ari set her fork carefully across her plate. Then she drew the fine chain over her head and held the ruby up. It caught the firelight. Its glow was the heart of the fire itself. And Frank and Anne are both incredibly uneasy about this.
Why?
We don't know... Yeah. We don't know where it's from, said Frank uneasily. Said Ank. Sorry. He cast a sidelong glance at Lincoln, curled as usual at Ari's feet. But we can't sell it. You can't sell it. If it's mine, I can. Ari twirled the necklace carelessly around her finger. And I think this moment is supposed to be like the reader who knows what the jewel is supposed to like in their mind like reach out to Ari going, "No, don't be so disrespectful to that jewel."
Right.
But like she doesn't know she's been gaslit. Like
yeah.
So fuck it. Why should she care? She's amnesic. They already know that she's not in the right mind. It's their fault for not steering themselves away from this confrontation.
Grab it and say it was like your grandmother's or something if you want to keep up the gaslighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is a self-made problem.
Robo?
Hi, Reboot Ranger.
Hi?
We're in the middle of a stream.
Oh dear.
Did we get butt dialed?
Maybe. That might be.
He's not supposed to have access to this channel.
Why, you need to get your tags in order.
He hacked the mainframe.
The mainframe was hacked.
Sorry, I was supposed to go mute.
I'm supposed to go mute.
Yeah. Well,
What?
no, that's my fault. This is my server, so I should have the locks in place, and I don't. Don't blame Raymond for my mistakes.
See,
Oh my
unlike
God.
Ari's parents, Twy actually takes some responsibility. There
Yep.
we go, ladies and
Shots
gentlemen.
fired.
So, Ari insists about the necklace. You could sell that necklace. Lincoln had, oh, sorry, no, I already read that. Sorry, the distraction. Horror spread over Frank's face slowly, like a stain spreading in water.
A lot of S's.
Huh. That's
a choice.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of stain? Food dye? Oil?
yeah.
Spit? What?
Ugh.
Who knows?
Just a stain.
Grease?
I guess, like,
Is it a hero
if you're
killer?
if you have a stain on your clothes, if you're washing your clothes to get the stain out, then I guess that's supposed to be the imagery, but that's not what I would have thought. Put it away, he said in the grimmest voice as she had ever heard from him. And we'll have no more talk of that, Ari. Do you understand? Frank, Anne said in a low voice, maybe she's right. Maybe here it doesn't matter. After all, here he's a horse. He doesn't look anything like... What doesn't matter? Ari asked. And he doesn't look like what? Nothing, Frank sighed. Nothing. It's safer that you do not know.
Oh,
Why?
that's just going to invite her to want to learn what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, didn't she? Wait, has she told them that she came across a freaking dark slime creature thing?
Nope. Not yet. But also, congratulations. You're inviting the
my
curiosity of a child.
Yep.
Congrats.
You deserve whatever's coming to you.
Great parroting, guys. Give him a hand.
Also, again, here he's just a horse. Again, God, this is your god.
Yeah,
What the
that's
hell are you
that's a
talking
great
about?
way of giving the game away, huh, guys?
Like,
Mhm.
I have to imagine. I have to imagine that there were several different drafts of this story where Anne and Frank played radically different roles as either protagonists or antagonists, and there was just no oversight in her mind. Like, she didn't actually sit down to refine what role she wanted for them. She just kind of wrote stream of consciousness and never corrected herself.
But remember, these were all written in 3 months, apart from each other.
Oh
Yep.
my lord.
That adds up,
worse.
honestly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Like I said, you can tell that they were written in 3 months.
That's not a compliment.
Yeah, no?
I was gonna say, the only person that's a compliment to is Brandon fucking Sanderson.
Yeah, but Brandon frickin' Sanderson is a freak among nature.
Yeah.
That
He is a
I
god
need to know
among
what that
men.
man sold to the devil. Like, there is no other explanation.
Maybe there's a
Eyesight.
maybe there's a lost firstborn that we don't know about.
But yeah, it's just very strange, and Ari is not very happy about the fact that they are not budging on Chase's lease, and so she thinks about running away. I can't, Link. I can't stay here and let Chase go to someone else. The horse wouldn't stand it. If
horse would
Chase hurt
stand
Lori, yeah, the horse wouldn't stand it for it. If
Sure.
Chase did hurt Lori, and the way Lori rode, he would hurt her. He would hurt Lori, even if he didn't mean to. Ari had heard Mr. Carmichael say it. Chase would be shot.
Not strictly, but I
Well.
mean, this is the first logical connection that we've seen so far in terms of from everyone acting as stupid
Yeah.
as possible. Yeah, this is the natural result of it.
Pretty much,
Yeah, exactly. So, it's good writing in the sense that this is a logical progression of what has happened so far, but that's only because
But
the writing so far has been atrocious.
Yeah, like we're not seeing the main character actually make these connections through like understanding the situation properly. She comes off smart by virtue of everyone else being stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, I wouldn't classify it as intelligent.
Also, I was gonna say
Oh, no.
she should have italicized the would there for emphasis because like otherwise the pacing of that sentence sounds weird in the head. Like if he would hurt Lori, which he would hurt Lori, it's like repetitious in that. Like you
Yes.
like, what was
Oh,
I
yeah.
say? If Chase did hurt Lori, and then and the way Lori rode, he would hurt Lori. It's like if you say that with a flat inflection, it doesn't work. But if you italicize would, it would go from that to if Chase did hurt Lori, and the way Lori rode, he would hurt Lori, even if he didn't mean to. That emphasis helps give a nice little pause in the middle of that thought for your brain to kind of catch up and like I recognize, oh, we're about to repeat information for emphasis. Like that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So
Just some editing.
Ari, yeah. So Ari settles for the night in her bed and she sleeps and dreams. And you know what happens when people dream, right?
Oh, it's
Depends very
it's the
heavily on like
freaking-
the fucking story.
yeah, but
Yes.
Oh right, I forgot the freaking dream horse thingy in the dream
Yes.
pond or whatever.
Yep.
Yes.
Damn, it's been how many chapters has it been since we last touched on that?
Chapter 3, I believe.
Guys,
Yeah,
I
it's been a
don't
bit.
even
Okay.
fucking remember what you're talking about.
Do you not remember the dream pool, the dream horse, and Numenor?
No.
Numenor.
Well, oh god, and I know there were dreams involved somehow. I don't fucking know.
My man
Yeah.
purges his mind of unicorn content after every
Yeah,
stream.
only just like
Let's be
thinking
fair.
about
I
the
need the space
logic
for
of the
things that are
leases.
actually useful.
That
Yeah.
is fair.
Perfectly fair.
right.
But yes, so to refresh Raymond's mind. Sorry, I started coughing again.
Yeah, she's dying again because of this book. Actually, you want to take turns reading the highlighted parts? I mean, you can if you want.
No, it's fine. I'm just doing something really stupid while I'm doing all this reading.
Well, don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
What were you doing?
Eating?
Oh. Yeah,
Okay.
that would get in the
Fair
way.
enough then.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Yeah. So, to refresh Raymond, we have this purple unicorn called Atalanta the Dream Speaker. And she lives in the Celestial Valley. And the Celestial Valley is up on a mountaintop, and they look after and guard the citizens of Balinor
Right.
from all sorts of threats. But the majority of the time, they just sit up on that mountain, eating grass, being unicorns, living their best horse lives. But Atalanta is very worried. She is a worrywart, and she's constantly worried about Ari and about Chase and about the Shifter, our enemy.
You mean
Yep.
Entia, the shifter, our enemy?
Yes.
See, I remember that.
Yes,
bit.
And-
Entia, the Shifter, our enemy. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
and she's
Our enemy.
also mate to Numenor, the Golden One, leader of the herd of the Celestial Valley. You have to say that every single time. That is very important.
Of course,
Understood.
100%. Come on, give the respect where it's due.
Yep,
Of
yep.
course.
So, she can see. I don't actually know what she can see. Like, is it the past? Is it the future? Like,
I think the only
It's the
thing
future
that we
past.
saw.
Holy shit.
She's an X-Men.
but she can. She has established before that she can go into people's dreams and talk to people. But she is not sure if she can do that No, what she said was her powers are limited on the other side of the gap, even though that we don't know anything about the gap. She said that her powers are limited, so that the only thing that she can do is go into people's dreams.
So why hasn't she done that this whole time since?
Because shut up, Kaiser.
Okay, no. Let me cook with this real quick. You, from the beginning of this goddamn thing, the first thing that she saw when she looked into the dream pool or whatever is Ari being in pain. Who she knows is the freaking horse Jesus of your entire freaking dimension. The very thing that keeps the balance between humans and animals, you know, in proper balance, whatever the fuck that means, because we still have chicken nuggies. But that aside, though, like, you know for a fact that she is in pain and she is just wasting away on the other side of the gap, and yet you have done nothing to try to, you know, ask them questions about. If anything, why hasn't she gone into Anne and Frank's dreams? That's like a go-to. That should be like go-to communication between the two. They should be doing this weekly at least.
Hey, what the fuck you guys doing? Why are you gaslighting her? What the fuck?
Exactly.
Yo, are you keeping? I keep saying Storm Chaser. Fucking hell.
Sun Chaser.
Sun Chaser in
Sun
like.
Chaser.
Honestly, can people say it like that every single time? I can't hit those notes, but can everyone else do it? It's like, what are you doing to Sun Chaser? What are you doing to the princess? What the fuck?
Chaser.
No, the first thing they saw in the horse dream was the nightmare fuel Twilight showed us.
You know, now I can understand why Anne and Frank don't want to talk to the queen.
No, my lord. But yeah, that is like a huge plot hole. Oh my god.
All right. So
I can't tell you, man.
So this is also our first instance of some weird and kind of unnecessary world building, and also a retraction of one of the very first paragraphs of the book. Because remember, I told you that there was a path down the mountain to Balinor, like a physical path down the mountain.
Through the Forest of Doom.
Yep. And now...
Indeed.
And now they're calling the moon the Silver Traveler. For no reason.
Okay.
So
you can tell
this
he's
is...
a traveler because he's carrying a briefcase.
So it establishes the moon, and I think that this is from Lincoln's perspective, kind of. But not like his deep perspective, because spoilers, I guess. But it says, to Link, who lay beside Ares' bed, the moon was known as the Silver Traveler. He watched it now, head and forepaws, as the light got stronger. And the moonlight grows brighter and becomes a Bifrost. And Atalanta walks and just appears at the base of the Bifrost, the moon Bifrost.
Oh wait, she just traveled.
And now she's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember wondering, hey, we can't really get through the gap. The fuck you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
It's a quick Bifrost.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god.
Yes.
This fucking book, man.
Yeah, this is gonna be
When
the
you make
fun.
Miles and Carrie look competent.
It's
Dude,
impressive,
we've
man, I
gone.
know.
Dude, we've gone way past that. This
We
makes
have.
David Cage look competent.
Holy shit.
Dude, no, David Cage is amazing.
Shut the fuck.
No, what I'm saying is like with Miles and Carrie and David Cage, they all have distinct characters that have distinct motivations that makes like
Okay.
have some logic behind them. I'm not
I
getting
guess.
fucking anything from this book. I don't know who any of these characters are.
All right.
Lori
Hold
is
on
the
a
one
second,
that
but I'll
Lori and her
raise you.
dad have a personality. No one else does.
Hold on. I'll
Yeah.
raise you this Fahrenheit.
Ooh.
Do you remember Fahrenheit?
Yes, and it's fucking hilarious.
I'll give you
Though,
that one. I'll give you that
admittedly,
much. I don't
there's
know if
not a
it'd
lot
be
of
better than
personality
this.
to be found in those games. In that game.
Yeah.
That game. Sorry.
That game.
Anyway, here we get a bit of a contradiction because if you remember again to the first paragraph of the novel, they said that the celestial unicorns lived on the mountain, and then above their valley on the mountain lay the world where the gods and goddesses of the world resided.
Oh,
Atalanta, goddess to all the animals. Atalanta, the bearer of legends and the keeper of stories, the dream speaker. All of that is capitalized, by the way.
I was going insane.
Just
Three
throwing this
entire sentences. 3 entire sentences, all capital. Every single word is capitalized,
This has,
except for the thus.
This has Zack Snyder energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for real.
Ah, yes,
Kinda does,
the Ska
honestly.
give,
It's like
Ska!
verbal slow-mo.
the Ska give it herself.
And now she's kind of confronting Lincoln because she had some anxiety about Lincoln. She's like, who the fuck is this dog? I didn't send this dog. I don't know who this dog is.
Oh,
And
right.
you?
Oh, yeah, the princess is getting gaslit and everything. It's no big deal. This fucking dog, though.
Yeah. Wait, gods exist. No, they don't do anything important in the story. They barely ever get mentioned again. No, I don't think that they do get mentioned again. Atlanta is the
I don't
only
remember
other
them.
time that any gods or goddesses are ever mentioned, and the beginning of the story never mentioned that Atlanta was considered one of these gods.
She was considered something of just a unicorn, but apparently
She was like
Yes.
she's like a special unicorn.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
like they emphasized that the gods and goddesses lived above the celestial valley, as in not part of it, meaning that the celestial unicorns, while special, were not considered gods.
I love how you deliver that with the inflection of garbage day. Anyway, this is just okay. So Atalanta's
Yeah.
apparently a god now.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
And you, she said to the dog, a steely note in her silvery voice. Who are you, dog? Link raised his eyes at her and thumped his tail. What, you cannot speak? Or will not? Link whined, then rolled over on his back, white belly exposed to the unicorn's sharp horn.
She stabs him.
Atalanta... yeah. Atalanta tilted her head to one side, considering the collie. Whatever had sent him seemed to bear the princess no ill will, and there were limits to what she was allowed to do.
No
By
loose ends.
whom?
No loose ends.
She
Also,
too,
yes,
Atalanta's
who?
like, remember.
Fucking who knows?
she too sighed deeply. She gazed at the sleeping Aerie, her eyes a tender purple. She moved nearer, hovering over the bed, carried by the arch of moonlight. She.
She.
Those 3 sentences in a row that started with she.
It hurt
As a
me.
writer, that bothered me so much.
It hurt me on a level.
I-
Like I had to go through Caliburn to make sure I didn't do he, or she. Like out of pure
I
instinct. Like I was
still
horrified.
remember it was not second grade. It was second. So I was 7th grade. 7th grade English
Yeah.
teacher made us write a whole little like short story, and then she made us go through and count all the words that we started our sentences with and total them up.
Yep.
And made sure that like the next time we wrote a short story, we tried our best not to repeat them.
Yeah.
Which is fair. Honestly, I wish that's how they taught us. Our teachers didn't give a fuck about our writing. At least not in elementary school or whatever.
So Ariana looks at Ari and says, "I will tell you a story, little one," Atalanta said in her gentle voice, "but you must come to me to hear it." Ari stirred and murmured in her
What?
sleep.
No,
The ruby
only
necklace...
Chase.
Are you fucking...
The ruby necklace, which I guess she's wearing in bed, which... Why the fuck would you wear jewelry to bed? You can strangle yourself.
So why are you
Also just
saying that
uncomfortable.
she can only learn all the... Oh yeah, horse Jesus, if you want to know everything you need to know and who you are, come to me instead of me telling you right now.
Okay, now in fairness, Atalanta can't like write a note. She doesn't have like hands. She can't.
Yeah.
I guess she could like carve
It-
something into the wall. But...
It is established that she can only come to people in dreams when they're on the other side of the gap. So that's at least consistent with what Atalanta said before. That is like one of the very few things that hadn't been retconned by this point in the story.
By this point, implying it'll be and then a point later.
If you come to me, Ari, I may tell you everything. You may, as in you might? You might?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Given
You
how
may?
important this is, it's... I don't know if we
This
should be
is
doing
your
maybes
Lord
here.
God Savior. Fuck.
Yeah, like why?
Atalanta's like, I could tell you, but I don't want the competition.
It's
Right.
And then for some reason Aries like, "Mother?" Aries said sleepily.
Hey yo.
Okay.
I
Oh
built
my
that up
God.
because I remembered this because at this point the horse shipping girl propaganda starts getting up there.
Oh, it starts now, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Give it a bit. It's just that's
Mary,
all I'll
are
say.
you okay? Mary, Mary, have you fucked a horse?
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
Mary, are you okay? Are you okay? Mary, are you okay?
Mary, did you touch Cinnamon? I know you have a horse named Cinnamon. Everyone does.
I think that there is actually a horse in this book that was named Cinnamon. It was just a name on a plaque. But also I know for a fact from like the Wikipedia that she named all of the horses and unicorns in this book after horses that she has owned.
Yeah.
She's owned
So yes.
multiple?
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently.
Okay, I thought it was like, oh, she owned like one or two, which reasonable for a small, like, no, you've had a cycle? You have full cycles of, oh my god, how do you not understand how this fucking works?
Yeah. But yeah, Ari is just having like whole conversations in her sleep, but not to Atalanta. Because it's kind of weird because Atalanta's like, yes, I can go to people in their dreams and I can like talk to them, but I can only like go into their room and watch them while they sleep and then like whisper in their ear while they're unconscious. And then hopefully they may understand what I was saying when they wake up.
Number one rival, I have a better version of that. Vouch wants to know your location.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
Mother, Ari said sleepily. No, where are you? Where are you? Ah, Ari, I live where the arch meets the Imperial River. That is my home, but I will meet you elsewhere if you will come. It isn't you, Mother, is it?
2099 sound effect. Or, sorry, 2077 sound effect.
I was gonna
There we
say
go.
like I need this read by Keanu Reeves, just being like,
100%.
if you will come.
So Ari wakes up, sort of remembers the dream. She calls Link silly, says that it was a nice dream. She thinks that Link is silly again because his eyes say that he knows what she was dreaming about, even though that he couldn't
Okay.
possibly know from her perspective.
If my dog knows what I'm
Yeah.
dreaming about, frankly, I'm scared of that dog.
Yeah.
If my dog knows what I'm dreaming about, I no longer have a dog.
Yeah.
So,
No, it's not.
No witnesses.
Atlanta kind of fucked herself over a little bit here because she didn't actually talk to Ari in her sleep. Ari was dreaming
What?
about something else, and then she says what she was dreaming about. But first, she whispered to the dog, "I am going to put this in a really safe place." She tucked the ruby necklace carefully into her top drawer under a pile of riding socks. Because apparently she dreamed about how selling the jewel would be a really good idea.
I guess.
Wait.
Ah,
Yep.
Okay. I just give up.
Don't question the dreams of horse girls. They're never gonna make sense.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like trying to understand the dreams of bronies. I'm not interested there. That's beyond my ken. That is knowledge. That is not.
oh my
tea.
god, this next line.
Oh my god.
Chase stood dreaming his own dreams. She slid her hand along his satiny sides. He turned to her with a look of surprise. Ari wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear.
I give my life,
Not for honor.
but for you.
Why are you guys going to that
Sun
song?
Chaser.
Because we were gonna do
following up on
Sun
the joke
Chaser.
before.
We were gonna do Sun Chaser.
We were following up on the joke we made earlier, okay? Let us have our fun.
Just it's sad that they're just still in a dream.
Yes.
Yeah. So she goes to Chase and tells him her dream. "I'm going to start by talking nicely to Lori and her father in the morning. She can't possibly want a horse that doesn't want her. Once she sees that, he'll never listen to another trainer. She's got to give up." She hugged Chase hard. It's weird that she's talking to Chase about Lori writing him, and yet she talks to him in the third person. Once she sees that he'll
weird.
never listen to another trainer. "I know. You think that she and her father are so selfish. They'll never let you go. I've thought about how to fix that too," she frowned. "I've been thinking about money. Lori and her father like money more than anything, I think." Why would you assume that?
Why would you say that?
Yeah. They're spending
They're
money.
spending
to,
money on
to
you
do.
guys.
What?
Correct.
"I've had an absolute brainstorm. I'm going to use the jewel to save you. That's what came to me in the dream, I think. Anyway, I'm going to get Dr. Bones to sell the ruby necklace for me. She's the only one who will really understand about you and me, and she knows that the necklace is mine to sell. She won't feel as responsible as Anne does," she laughed. Just
That's something you should laugh about, by the way.
how condescending
for
is that?
real.
Also, how
It's
do
like-
you
Our
know you
hero,
can trust
ladies
Dr.
and
Bones?
gentlemen.
You've known her for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've been kind of so-so to you so far. So, like...
I just really dislike during this most recent read-through about how dismissive Ari is towards Anne in particular.
Yeah.
Well, it's because she's fat, and that's an issue, apparently. I don't fucking know.
Fat!
Yeah, yeah,
Somehow
really.
that, despite being one of the people leading this, I still can't get over that. Like, you work at a.
She mucks out the stalls of the horse barn.
Like, what is she
Yeah.
doing?
She does that
Is
by
she eating
herself.
like
I
full
want-
buffets every single night? Do you know how much fucking weight you lose working on a goddamn farm?
I know, right? But like just the she won't feel as responsible as Anne does. Ha. Like that's how that reads to me, you know? Just how
Yeah, it's sort of like I can play Minecraft whenever I want, Mom, and you can't stop me.
yeah, and like I don't mind this because that would be some really selfish characterization for Ariana. But the thing is that this is the only book that I think that Ari acts like this. Otherwise, she's kind of portrayed as like this perfectly reasonable little angel that she can do no wrong.
But just
Like
wow.
okay.
she's depicted as like perfectly diplomatic, perfectly calm, perfectly reasonable. That is Ariana in the rest of the book series.
No, but this is her character development.
Yeah. So and that necklace has to be worth a huge amount. I'll give part of the cash to Lori and her father in return for breaking that lease agreement. The other part of the cash will pay off the debts we got. This is going to work, Chase. I just know it will.
You're really assuming that this is a really valuable jewel, by the way.
I
Yep.
was about to
Oh,
say,
it's a
like,
rhinestone.
I'm
I'll
gonna-
give you $5 for it.
It's a thing of fool's gold. Take it off your hands for a bit.
Honestly, I'm gonna pull like the Team 4-star clip of you're making a lot of assumptions here.
It's cubic zirconium.
Damn.
So, Ari gets up early, gets dressed. There's another instance of, it's nothing, my dear. We'd spend twice as much if we had to. And then, she tucks the jewel away and is really counting her eggs before they hatch. She says with luck, she'll have all of her problems solved by lunchtime. Dr. Bones would sell the ruby necklace for a pile of money. Lori and her father would want the money instead of Chase, and all the bills would be paid off. She was sure of it.
I mean, okay, if this was like a consistent part of her character that would be ironed out, like this sense of naivete and just wanting things her way, you know, like a child, then like I would be like, okay, fine, whatever. I can see how this works. Like you see this kind of setup in like freaking DreamWorks movies or Disney movies all the fucking time, right?
Yeah.
But like I have a strange from what you said, it's like no.
Yeah.
Nope.
How old
not
is
at all.
Ari in this? Ari is 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the Carmichaels come back. Mr. Carmichael got out of the car. He looked fatter and angrier than ever.
Oh god.
Mary.
Why?
Mary.
Were you sit on in elementary school or something? Like
Who
what the
knows,
fuck?
man? I don't know.
Yeah, it's so weird that you always have to emphasize that they're fat.
Yeah,
and
what?
you keep using this, like, you're not even being interesting with the language with it. Portly,
No.
rotund, barrel-chested. Although that one apparently means something slightly different. People do use it interchangeably with fat. Like, there are different ways to express that someone is heavy-weighted. Like, someone, like,
Yeah.
Mr. Carmichael got out of the car, and he kept on coming out of the car. He kept on coming out of the car. Like, Mr. Carmichael got out of the car, and his and the folds of his body followed shortly after, something like that.
Yeah, at least play around with it. Jesus, this is
See,
just
that's
mean.
funny.
You're just
You gotta
being
laugh.
mean.
Like,
Exactly.
Like,
Like it's a he was a clown car in human form because everything just kept coming.
And you know what? She was coming out of the car, and it's a miracle that the car didn't get sucked in with the rest of her because the gravitational pull.
All right, all right. So in following him is the new trainer that Mr. Carmichael hired, David Greer Smith.
I guess we have to say the whole thing with his name now. Is that what this
Yeah.
is?
He
It's like,
wasn't
are
introduced,
we
by the way.
Yeah, like, are we supposed to know who this is? Why does he have a full name?
Is he at all related to Russell Greer, who is one of the worst human beings on the planet? The man legendary for stalking Taylor Swift.
Oh, right, that guy. I forgot about that.
Ari makes a note that he is a good trainer. That'll be.
How does she know any of this?
I don't know. That'll also, I think, be contradicted pretty soon.
Give it a bit.
Because, it's implied that if he's a good trainer, then he's skilled with horses.
Keep that in mind. We're not done with it yet.
Yep. So, they have another fight about Chase because this time it's revealed that they're actually taking Chase off of the farm. He is going to a different farm for an entire year so that he can be separated from Ariana.
So now it's turned into a full lease.
Yes.
Correct.
Just magically like that.
Okay.
He said they'd sue us if we didn't let him take Chase to a new stable. We'd lose everything, Ari. And our first duty is to you. Anne and I talked about it this morning. We have no choice. This guy's backed us into a corner.
There are visible scars on Sunchaser's mouth from when Lori abused him.
Yes.
I was about to say,
Motherfucker, he is the one that invalidated the lease. You should be suing him in court. Take him to fucking charge for everything he owns.
Yeah.
So, do you see now why, like, I sent you all of those comedy pictures to, like, describe all of the characters if you were gonna, like, pantomime all of this as I was reading it out. Now do you see why for Frank, I gave the bald guy with the sunglasses and the shirt saying pathetic little man?
Correct.
Completely makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just what the fuck.
Yeah, like that is just what he is. Like, he is a pathetic, spineless little man.
He's
So-
not even interesting.
Yeah, no. So we get another description of David Greer Smith. The trainer turned around. He had a nice face, Ari thought. And then
But not as nice
She's-
as Sunchasers.
This would definitely be Vosh's favorite book.
yeah. So, Ari realizes how much time that she doesn't have. Ari bit her lip. She didn't have much time. She had to get Dr. Bones alone. And no one else around. She knew Dr. Bones would help her sell the necklace.
Just sipping that Coca-Cola.
Yep. So, the trainer goes into the paddock with Chase, tries to get a rope around his neck. Chase, dances out of the way, and I think the trainer swears at some point. I don't remember exactly where.
What?
Good, Ari said under her breath. Then out loud, Dr. Bones? What is it, my dear? Could I talk to you for just a second? Maybe now's not the time, dear. Dr. Bones tied the plastic rain hat more firmly to her white hair. Frank looked up at the sky, which was clear and cloudless, but he didn't say anything. Ari ignored them both. Fine. So the little vet wouldn't help her.
That is not what she said, dumbass.
Yeah.
What?
Also, notice the language that she uses now that Dr. Bones isn't doing what she wants. The little vet wouldn't help her.
The little vet. How dare she?
Yeah.
The fact that this was published and popular makes me feel so much better about my own writing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I do feel-
you have
I feel very
no.
nice, honestly.
Listen, if this chick can make it, y'all can change too. Okay, you get
gives me
whatever
hope.
you gotta do.
It gives me hope. It legitimately gives me hope.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Then
She
again,
just
these
have-
were made the time before the book.
Don't
book
take
2
away our
was really a
happiness
thing.
here, buddy.
She would just have to help herself, get Chase away from here just for a few hours while she tried to settle things. Oh, there's the swearing. Chase is still running away from the trainer as he's trying to get him all roped up. The trainer swore angrily, leaped in the air, and grabbed the lead line. He gave one powerful tug on the line and jerked the horse forward. Then he grabbed the free end of the line and swung it viciously at the stallion's face. The horse roared in anger. "No," Ari said. "I will trample you, little man." Ari gasped.
Bruh.
There it was again, Chase's voice, in her head, as though he was speaking to her.
I wasn't
Uh-huh.
there. I
Sure.
was a little man.
Dude, no, I was about to say, I thought that was like Ari's inner thoughts, and my mind immediately went to freaking what Nora said about Ren in Volume 6 during the fucking Cordovan fight.
But like, my man. It's so weird that the book is again trying to gaslight the reader. It's like he was a good trainer. He had a kind face. He swore and like whipped my horse.
Okay, you see, you're seeing that as negatives, but now Ari's like, whip him again.
Oh my god!
We're getting to the levels of horse fetishization we didn't know we could achieve, and it's only going downhill from here.
Our expectations were low, but holy fuck!
But yeah, there's another instance of Ari hearing Chase's thoughts in her head. And he speaks to her again. "Get him out of here, milady, or he will die."
What the fuck? Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, so
Yo,
Chase is willing.
This guy.
Yeah, Chase is willing to kill a bitch.
Which props to him.
Like,
Yeah.
on one
If
hand,
I
I
might
don't really
kill
blame
everyone
him,
else
but
in this
like,
cast for fucking abusing him like this.
yeah.
Yeah.
And emotionally abusing horse Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
So she tries to order Chase to stop. For a breathless moment, she wasn't sure it would work. It was crazy anyway, a part of her brain whispered, "Talking to your horse?" She's still on about that.
It's not weird
Oh
to
my
talk
God.
to your horse. It's weird when the horse
Yeah,
talks
what?
back.
No,
Yeah.
it's weird because he thinks swearing at the horse is normal, not regular talking.
And then, of course, Chase is obedient to her commands. And then Lori freaks out. "You made him do that," Lori shrieked. "You made him run away from the trainer. Daddy, I'm telling you, if I can just get him away from her, that horse will be just fine. She's just jealous, Daddy, because he likes me better, or he would if he had half a chance." Furious, she shoved the elbow into Ari's stomach. Ari fell backward with a gasp. There was a swirl of coffee-colored fur, a snarl, a scream. Link jumped across her and barreled full tilt into Lori. He knocked her face down, then settled all of 80 pounds right onto her back. Lori drummed her heels and yelled, but the big dog didn't turn a hair.
Didn't he already do that last time?
Yes.
Yes.
We're just playing out the same scene again.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, that's fun.
I thought that I was experiencing deja vu the first time I read this.
Yeah. And then, of course, reiterating that this trainer is just as horrible of a person, despite the fact that he was a good trainer and had a nice looking face.
The trainer picked up his hat, dusted it off, and settled it firmly on his head. I'll tell you what, that horse needs, he said to no one in particular, he needs a good whipping.
Whipping?
Whipping?
Wait, is there a whip sound effect? I think I have it. Hold on. I think I have the Johnny Test whips. Yep, I found it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh
Why do you have the Johnny Test whip sound effect?
Very specific.
Look, it's what I don't know, man.
What a specific pull. What a specific pull.
I think Twi said she'll be right back. So, yes, well, let's see what else we got on this page. Come on, Frank.
Right.
We'll settle this with a little bat inside. Come on, Frank. We'll settle this with the old bat inside. She is not, Ari said clearly, an old bat, but she is fat.
Wow.
Lori
just
muttered.
Shut up, Lori muttered. Wait, who is this?
Frank. This is Frank.
Both of you be quiet, please, Frank said. I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Carmichael. He waited until the other men had disappeared into Dr. Bone's office. He then came over to Ari and crouched in front of her. Ari, he said. Yes, Frank.
I gotta read out this Frank. I gotta read out this.
You read Frank. I'll read Ari. Ari
Oh,
shook her
go
head.
for it. Oh my god.
This Ari shook her head. And that's Frank. Oh, sorry. This is Ari. Sorry. Ari shook her head.
Yeah.
I'm going to sell that necklace. Dr. Bones will do it for me.
No, she won't. You know, she can't.
It's mine, isn't it? He hesitated.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Then I can sell it.
Look, you know, even if you do sell it, Ari, you know, the Carmichaels don't have to take the money back. You know, we have a contract and everything.
His thin face was lined with worry and distress.
Do you know what that means?
It means
it's a legitimate question. I have no idea what this means. I don't think the author wrote that for me.
It means you signed away my horse, fuckhead.
Okay, well, all right. Now that's not very nice. You know, I don't really appreciate that.
So why are you slowly becoming Morty from Rick and Morty?
I was doing that from the very start.
What the heck are you two doing?
Reading the book.
I would have gone for more of a Krillin if I'm being myself. I should have gone with that for Frank.
You really should have, actually.
I have too much respect for Krillin, if I'm being honest.
Oh, true. Especially TFS for Krillin.
Oh boy, Rick. I can't really do a Morty without kind of slipping.
Oh boy, Rick.
Yeah.
Right. I signed your horse away.
Yeah. So this is the only time that Frank has any sort of spine is when he's telling Ari that he's not allowing her to have her horse anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The only time.
Super villain shit.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So, Lori stood a little apart from her, arms folded defiantly over her chest. Finally, she said, "That stupid dog of yours should be shot too." Ari decided not to respond to this. Lori was a horrible mess of a human being, and that was that. There wasn't a good thing that she could say about her. The best thing was to totally ignore her. Remember that, because that's not gonna that's not gonna stay that way for very long.
I was gonna say, why are you describing your character like this? Like, this is just the author speaking to us about what Lori's supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's bad writing.
Yep.
And then, like, not even, like, one very short paragraph later, "Where you going? None of your business," Ari said shortly. I thought you were gonna ignore her.
Immediately. Like,
Yeah, just immediately.
If you had a commentary on that, it's like, okay, maybe ignoring her would be a little harder than I thought. But, like, that could be fun,
Dude.
but obviously that's not what you were going for.
It could.
You just
Yeah.
forgot
No.
immediately.
And then this really random thing. I'm getting a step stool from the shed, she said loudly. Lori shrugged. Who cares?
Wait,
What is that supposed to be?
wait, why is it formatted that? Why? What?
What is that?
Mm.
Is that
Did
Lori's
she say
thoughts?
this? What?
Yeah, like the language of her shrugging her shoulders tells Ari who cares, I guess, as though we don't know what shrugging the shoulders means.
All right.
Also, you're still responding to her. You don't need to.
Yeah, I thought you were ignoring her. So Ari writes a message to Dr. Bones. Sell the dog leash in my sock drawer. Please. Love, Ari. And I hope, Ari said fiercely to herself, she remembers how the necklace came here. Link was wearing it around his neck.
What?
If someone tells me, sell the dog leash in my sock drawer, one, I'm going to be asking so many fucking questions, but then when I get to the sock drawer, if I ever assert, like, whether or not I want to do this in the first place, and I look in the sock drawer, and I find nothing but a fucking necklace, a normal goddamn necklace, not a collar, not a leash, I'd be like, where's the leash?
Yeah, she described it as a dog leash, but it's a freaking collar. What?
Yeah. Collars go around the neck, Ari, not leashes.
God,
Mary, do you know
13-year-olds
how dog
aren't
work?
this fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
So, she tries to run away with Chase. Lori is screaming after her. She successfully gets onto Chase, but Lori grabs Link's the ruff of his neck, and he can't get away from her. So Ari is just like, well, I'll abandon you for now. Come find me later, Link. Bye.
Fucking wow.
Wow, okay. Our hero,
You're not the
ladies and
horse that I
gentlemen.
love. You can be abandoned.
Yeah, and so she just gallops into the woods. So, chapter 14, we go back to Atalanta. Yay!
Ugh.
Finally.
I fucking hate Atalanta.
You should.
Yeah, but it's just a break from whatever the hell Ari is doing.
Well, the thing is, Atalanta's not even, like, the good kind of bad. She's the boring kind of bad.
Yeah.
True.
She exists and
Actually-
takes up space, and while most people / animals do something with the oxygen they steal, she really doesn't.
Yeah. Although, I will say this, these chapters are actually pretty okay. Like, they give her sort of a reason to exist a little bit. She actually does active things than just watching people. Oh, we'll get to that. So the first highlight that I have here is just reiterating what we already knew from the first chapters, because again, children have the memory span of goldfish, according to Mary Stanton.
Oh,
Sapphire
100%.
willows grew only in the Valley of Unicorns as far as Atalanta knew. And Atalanta was the wisest unicorn in the Celestial Valley herd.
Do you think that Atalanta shit was added post hoc because she's like, there's not a lot of unicorns in this area.
Yeah, I gotta
Maybe?
wonder.
Like, there's
I
one,
wouldn't
but we don't
doubt
think
it,
it's a host the
honestly.
entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not doubt that for a second.
A month had come and gone, and the shifter's moon was back. There had been no attack from the shifter, at least not yet.
Etna, the shifter, our enemy?
Yes, him.
Wait, is this now a crossover with The Incredibles?
Edna
I
Mud.
said Etna. I
And
might
Fred.
have flubbed that. I apologize.
Yeah, Entia.
Entia, sorry.
And
Yeah. So she continues with her just fear-mongering. It was so beautiful, her world. Unicorns stood peacefully throughout the Celestial Valley, as bright as the colors of the rainbow. Blue, scarlet, bronze, emerald, each jewel of light in the already light-filled land. A sun-struck golden unicorn, brighter than the others, grazed on the hillside at the valley's end. Numenor, the Golden One. All this beauty, all this could pass away in the next few days. What news at
Days?
Glacier River? Yep.
Yep.
Wow,
Mhm.
shit
Yeah, that's
just
why I
fucking
said-
rocketed in intensity.
Yeah,
Indeed.
that's why I said
What?
it's fear-mongering on her part. Like,
We're
so-
ready for the pacing change, my dude.
yep.
for
We're
real.
now introduced to a character that I actually like because he actually has personality.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, Tobiano!
Yeah, Toby.
Yeah, the reason why is because the model I gave him is goofy.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Twy didn't specify what kind of horn. We'll just put it like that.
Yeah.
Ah.
Alrighty then.
But an injection of just a personality in a sea of blobs is a godsend, and honestly, I too
Yes.
like this chapter.
All right.
I decided that I'm going to do a lot with Atalanta in my version of the story. There's going to be a lot of her trying to fight against the very unwilling to help system of these bougie ass unicorns. And Tobiano is just going to be one of the few unicorns that is like, yeah, I'll help you out. And there's going to be like a little bit of a power struggle abuse sort of situation between her and Numenor, and then Toby is gonna be there, and I was gonna like have them eventually be like a thing. It was gonna be a lot of fun because I just like Toby so much.
Toby's great. He is
Yeah.
a light.
Right.
He's a light in this boring world.
Uh-huh. What news at Glacier River? Tobiano marched heavily through the grass, curious as always about matters that didn't concern him. Atalanta nodded her greetings. The black and white spotted unicorn was as rude as he was nosy. Atalanta's clear violet eyes softened in amusement. Tobiano had a good heart in spite of himself. Come and see. So, they do reiterate a little bit of the events of what was happening in the previous chapters. She isn't wearing the jewel? Tobiano asked. Atalanta closed her eyes for a long moment. No, she said sadly. She is not wearing the jewel, and the dog isn't there. I still don't know what to make of the dog, Toby. Huh. Toby's horn was short, but the noise he made through it was loud and brassy enough for a unicorn with a much larger one.
That's actually
And what are
fucking
you going to-
hilarious, considering
Yes.
what they chose to do. You guys will
Yeah.
see. I'll post it all in the chat.
Okay.
And what are you going to do about that? I did what I could, Toby. She lifted her head and looked at him. Her silvery mane stirred in the soft breeze. I've already broken the laws of our kind by visiting her on the other side of the gap. That's all I could do. I can't tell her the rest. Not yet. Not unless she crosses the gap. And if she crosses the gap, she will be in grave, grave danger. We have no power over the humans at Glacier River, other than the power of dreams. What more could I do? Toby
Wow.
looked cross.
Literally anything else.
Throwing this out there,
Yeah.
we have no control until she crosses the gap. Well, with how that sentence is structured, she already has. So, what's the issue?
Well, I assume crosses the gap back over to
Correct.
Balinor.
I'm just pointing out the grammar
Yeah.
inconsistencies.
Yeah, that's fair. You could have told her straight out what's going on, he grumped. I would have.
Oh my fucking god!
Holy
Someone
best
speak
character
Yeah, you know what?
That's why
Yeah,
we talk about this guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why
absolutely.
Toby
You
is
know
the best
what?
character.
Yeah, why isn't he one of the god horses again?
Because he doesn't
I
have
elect
the
I
power.
elect him I elect him to be next god horse. Okay, I know who I'm voting
No,
for.
he's smart enough not even to run for office.
Yeah.
Ah, true.
And Atalanta tries to be like, oh, I'm so wise, and I know everything, and that's why you are dumb. Perhaps, Atalanta said with a slight edge of her soft voice, that is why I am Dreamseeker and you are not. The laws are there for a reason. Ha! Toby said again. If you ask me, well, I haven't asked you, Atalanta said reasonably enough. Certain unicorns I know ought to do little more than stand around looking at the watching pool when there's this much trouble afoot. If she crosses the gap, I can do little... No, that's Toby speaking. If she crosses the gap, I can do little more than visit her, Toby. But she has to cross first, you know that. Blah, blah, he said grouchily. This is why he's my favorite character.
I got to this and there was a moment where I thought that this clearly had a second author or something because we finally had a single character voice the things that I've been thinking about for the past 14 chapters. And she's like,
Yeah.
why hasn't this guy been here the whole time?
Why isn't this guy in charge?
Frankly, yes, he's the only one making good decisions.
So Atalanta comes up with a brilliant idea to get Toby to be a part of the plot, which is actually one of the very few good ideas that Atalanta has.
Yes, please. If anything, why didn't you send them with freaking Ari through the freaking gap? Things probably would have gone much better.
Yeah. She looked at him steadily. Would you be willing to walk the path from the moon with me to join them, into Balinor? I have a job for you. Your colors are very unusual, Toby. With a little care, you could look just like a unicorn of Balinor. She's saying that he looks frumpy.
Mm-hmm.
He looks frumpy enough that he doesn't look like a celestial unicorn like he should, and that he can fit in with the lower scrubs down in Balinor. We can disguise your jewel. If you were clever, and I know you can be, no one would guess that you are a celestial unicorn. Toby looked as if he didn't know whether this was a compliment or not. It is very important, Atalanta assured him. I need to have you tell me what is going on in Balinor. I see only what I can see in the watching pool. And Toby, if I don't know what to ask, we could all be in very serious trouble. I want you to walk among the unicorns of Balinor as one of them and tell me the events that I do not know.
Title
She
drop.
leaned close. Yep.
She said it.
She said the thing.
Roll credits.
She leaned She leaned close to him and bent her head to his ear. There is no one else in the herd that could do it.
I was waiting for it.
And of course, we have to talk about Worst Boy again. I'd have to check in with Numenor, the Golden One, of course. But he would allow you to leave the herd if you are willing to go. You can't just call him Numenor. He always has to be Numenor, the Golden One.
The golden one.
It's like
Entia, the shifter? Our enemy?
It has more emphasis than like Dio has in JoJo. It's
Yeah.
I.
It was I, Dio. It was I, Numenor, the Golden One.
Honestly, having him be a be voiced by Dio Brando makes the book a bit better.
Oh,
Honestly,
It was I,
Wait.
Yamada Tai.
Many?
So, Ari is running away with Chase still. She's running and trying to figure things out. She's worried about Link, but he knows where the cave was, but I don't think that they discussed whether or not they were gonna go hide out in the caves. I'm going to just assume that Link will follow his nose and follow the most recent scent,
And
so
lead
I guess that's not a
trying
problem.
to find her right to her.
Yeah. So Chase, we talk about Lincoln accidentally leading him right to her and Chase, but Chase gives themselves away. There were shouts in the distance. And was that the sound of another horse? She felt Chase tense between her knees. His head came up. He whinnied, the call of a stallion to a member of the herd. Chase, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, for real.
So someone was after them, so now they have to hide. And then she tries to go and hide them in a cave, but he's just like, I don't like caves. I don't like dark places, which horses apparently don't like.
I don't like caves.
They're cold.
They're cold
and damp, and they get everywhere.
And get everywhere. Dude, we were thinking the same
vibe.
Yeah. I know you don't like small, dark places. No horse does. But we have to hide, just for a while.
Oh no! Ari, I'm so sorry for you!
Oh!
This fucking book just keeps setting this shit up.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Ari's obsession with the gay horse that she wants to fuck.
Wait.
That would still be a
hold
small
on.
dark
Gay
place.
horse. I thought Chase was a guy.
I guess, okay, asexual horse. The weirdly possessive asexual horse that she wants.
Yep.
Okay, true.
Oh my god, Chase is that. We're platonic life partners. And she's just over there like, I am so hard up for you right now. Say the word.
So she gets off of Chase. She clipped the line to the ring in Chase's halter and backed herself into the cave, not pulling, just letting him stand. She would let him make his own decision. See, Chase? Come on, boy. Walk in. It's just a nice hiding place. There's nothing in here. She stopped herself in mid-sentence, even though that there is a period there, so she didn't.
Yeah, what?
Don't ask these questions. It's not worth it.
There was something in here. She could feel it. And there was an odor. Faint. Horrible. Just like the stink she had run into the day before in the meadow, and then again in the vet's room.
Smells like a redditor.
Was that a low buzzing? A whine? Flies? Black flies? Yes. She could just make out a mass of them against the north wall. No wonder Chase didn't want to come in. Horses hated black flies.
Especially in
horse
Chardonnay.
flies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's fair
we
to call them
already-
black flies so you don't repeat it.
Yeah, but we already did know this information because Atlanta was freaking out and like back in chapter 1 or something like that because she's like, black flies, we unicorns hate those. Even though that it was just a vision in the watching pool.
Also, I mean, admittedly, it is probably disturbing to see an entire wall of flies.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is some pretty crazy shit.
I will say that I do like the creepy imagery of like the odor and the flies and the black masses. It's too bad that I think that all goes away after like the middle of book 2.
Oh man, that sucks. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate.
Yeah.
You gotta be. Ugh.
So, the other horse that is chasing after them is coming nearer, and it's soon revealed that it's one of Chase's stall mates, I guess. Max, the buckskin, fell over the edge. He slid on his haunches. The rider on his back pulled hard on the reins. The gelding's mouth gaped wide and he twisted his head with an effort to get away from the bit. Horse and rider tumbled straight toward them. Lincoln threw himself in front of Aerie, trying to protect her. Still holding the lead line, Aerie leaped backward into the cave. Max made a massive effort to avoid sliding into them. He gave a great heave from his front legs. The rider flew off and crashed into Chase. The stallion leaped forward, startled at the impact. His great chest smashed into Aerie. She fell flat on her back, her head hitting the stone wall. There was an immense, terrifying buzz of a million flies. She heard Lincoln's snarl of rage. There was a flash of bright violet, the scent of flowers, and then she heard nothing at all. So, obviously they went into the particular cave where the gap is, but I don't think they were like really sure how this is supposed to work. Like they just tumbled themselves into the cave, assuming that we're just in the cave entrance, and then.
Great question.
Because he's just there all
I guess
of a sudden.
now that. I guess like it would be like what you said, where Lori went over to the stables to get Max the buckskin, and then she had to let go of Link's ruff in order to get onto the horse, and then he just ran after her, and I guess she followed him. But that's not stated. We have to imply that. Like, we are the ones that have to fill in the blanks.
This is entirely.
Oh, that's my favorite part.
This is
of
entirely
any story.
fully just throw shit at a wall. Maybe this will stick. I don't know.
Random bullshit go.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, gun to my head, I could not tell you what actually happened here. And to this day, my note is still. So, they left? Question mark. Something happened? Question mark. What's wrong?
Here's the thing. The unknown and not describing things and leaving it to the reader's imagination can work as a
Can be
tool in
good,
storytelling.
yeah.
It's actually a very important trick for a lot of horror in specific.
But
However, when you're
you
not
gotta
clear,
give them stuff to work with.
yeah, there's a difference between that and just what the fuck is happening. Like,
Yeah. To give an example, the only time that I can remember is there was a story where basically an outer god from Lovecraftian mythology came in. It was like behind this character, and one character was already fully just gone. They were already like deep into the like soup, so they could look at this thing. So the character talking to her was only able to see the like vaguely what it was through the reflection on her eyes that she's looking into, and she's just basically saying there's no tentacle going over my shoulder, there's no claw, there's nothing, and then the ambiguity of what this thing actually looks like gave the cosmic horror its punch, because like one person can see it, the other person is trying their very hardest to believe it's not there.
right.
That sounds interesting, actually.
Yeah. We don't get anything like that in these books.
Unfortunate.
Yay.
Well,
Yeah. So, we did it, guys. We made it into Balinor.
Yep.
Yay!
Oh my god.
Finally.
No more of
Finally
that
at
bullshit
Balinor.
on the fucking farm.
I mean, granted, of course. I guess another thing, if I have the chance to stand on the green mouse for just a second
Oh, who,
about
by the
writing.
way, is here. If you notice
Yeah.
on the stream.
Oh, neat.
Oh, is she? Critter's here?
Yeah, look on. Oh, not
Yes,
in
I
this,
did.
not in the chat. Look on the stream.
Oh, neat.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm checking right now. I didn't see.
Yeah,
where-
right above my dancing book.
He.
Oh, okay.
She's
But
with us in spirit.
absolutely. So, staying on the green mouse for a second. Spending the first couple of chapters in the in like the old world before venturing into the new one, basic fantasy story, hero's journey type B, whatever. The idea is to not only give us an idea of like who the character is, why they want to go on this journey, but also what they are leaving behind in going on whatever journey that they're going on, like for the rest of the book. And there's supposed to, ideally there should be a sense of like bittersweetness to them doing this, because what they are leaving behind in order to go through with all of this. Here I feel absolutely nothing. In fact, I feel nothing for the person going on the journey, and a part of me wishes that they just slip off the horse and just crack on their head.
I know here it's like, yeah, feel free to leave. There was nothing really good at that farm anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like a cathartic version of that. It's more so it's like, okay, yeah, I'm done with this. Can we please move on?
Yeah. So, Ari woke up. She had awakened like this once before, after the accident, after the terrible crash that had twisted her legs and wiped her memories clean as a blackboard eraser. So,
How does she know what that is?
She...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're asking questions again.
It's very weird, again, like we stated before, like I've stated a lot of times before, that Ari knows things about our world that she shouldn't know simply because these things are recognizable to the children readers, not because Ari would actually know what those things are.
Lovely.
So, she assesses herself, she assesses the world around her, she notices that she's in a lot of pain, and she looks up at the sky, and that it's blue, but it's a different blue to what we're used to, and the trees smell different. They kind of smell like pine, but they don't. She decides that she has no new injuries, but she is in a lot of pain, so she sighs in relief. She's dizzy, and then immediately she remembers Chase. And then Link apparently wants to let her know that he's also here, so he pokes her in the cheek with his nose. And then she stands up. Are you all right, milady? His voice in her head. Tentatively, she looked to him. Chase? Is that you? Or am I dreaming? She bit her lip and said to herself more than to the others, or maybe I'm crazy. The doctors told me they weren't sure why my memory's gone. Maybe I'm just plain nuts.
I'm surprised you weren't wondering that more often.
Yeah. So she tries to assess if her animals are hurt, and Chase says, I have no hurt, no wound, but she may be injured. Go to her. She? Who? A groan answered her. Ari looked around, and she felt as if a giant hand squeezed all the breath out of her. Wherever Ari was, she wasn't at Glacier River Farm anymore. So she'd, looked up at the sky, smelled things, didn't notice the world around her, not even after she stood up, because the only thing that she saw was her goddamn horse.
What I like about this is a groan answered her. Ari looked around and literally looked at everything else except where the groan was coming from.
Correct.
Yes, the thing that was the most immediate point of concern.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The groan will happen 2 more times before she's like, oh, there's another person here. The sky she'd wakened to not moments before was purple-blue, unlike any she'd seen before. She was in a meadow. At least she was pretty sure that it was a meadow. The grass was thick, knee-high, and of a bluish green that reminded her more of water than anything else. The broad, bladed blue-green grass was as thick and uniform as a carpet. The meadow itself was an irregularly shaped circle surrounded by dense trees, but the trees weren't any more normal than the grass. And there's my mouse. Or the sky. They were tall, with thickly gnarled branches and bent and twisted. Had she been here before? A second groan, louder than the first, jerked her back to her companions. So it's like, yeah, she heard the groan, she looked around to see where the groan was, got distracted by the differently colored sky and trees and grass, which I don't know why they're differently colored. Because they said that it's just a part of Earth that was just cordoned off because of the glaciers.
She is secretly on Namek.
Yep.
What the fuck is Namek?
Seriously, what the?
So Link bent his head to look at whatever was lying there ere he hesitated. Should she run away? I will not, she said out loud. Well, of course you won't. You never ran away from investigating potentially dangerous things before. Why would you start now?
Yeah, for real.
Self-preservation instincts? Why develop them now? They haven't gotten you anywhere.
Yep.
A third groan made Aerie stand up straight and march over the hump in the grass. She knew that voice, and she was well acquainted with the crossness in it. She put her hands on her hips and looked down. Laurie Carmichael, what are you doing here?
Excuse me, you are now in another world. You should have probably a different line of approach, motherfucker.
Nope, not at all.
How about, hey, we just had a high-speed horse collision. Do we maybe want to consider the fact that you might be injured and might need help? We're in a strange place that we didn't recognize before. We might want to try and find shelter or food or something that might help us here. What? Ari, get your fucking head on straight.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
Fake news.
So, Laurie, kinda starts waking up. What have you done now? She grumbled. What have I done? You are the one that came chasing after me. And Max. Poor Max. You rode him too hard, as you always do. Wait.
We've
like,
never
you
seen
said
her
that she was a bad
successfully
rider.
ride a fucking horse because she was always trying to ride Chase and he knocked her off.
Correct.
Yeah, like, it's never been established. Like, you said that she's a bad rider, but you never said how she's a bad rider.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, she can't ride the god horse because it's magically bonded and all that craziness, but like, come on.
Yep. When you came crashing down like that, we slipped, Laurie said furiously. How can I help it if that dumb horse slipped? And then, we get a very...
not gonna like that.
Yeah, we get a very unnecessary line that I don't think that Mary should have kept in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Oh!
Laurie's breeches were torn right across the seat, and her underwear was green with little flowers on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That felt
wow.
That felt very bad.
Yeah.
reading,
So let's
honestly.
take a step back. Go back to the drawing board.
Okay.
And
you're-
then just... Yeah.
You're not even doing anything with it. I'm reading the rest of the page. You're not even, like, making a joke out of it. You're not even making, like... You're just stating this is a thing and, like, not having...
Correct.
Okay, if Ari wanted to be petty and be like cute underwear and having like Laurie be like ashamed for whatever reason for having childish underwear when she's a fucking child,
Right.
like fine, but you're not even doing that. You're just showing us this girl's she is 13.
Yeah, like 12 or
Yeah, dude,
13.
what the fuck?
Laurie is the same age as Aerie, and why would you just put this sentence there and just leave it without doing anything with it? Just take it out. It's unnecessary.
You don't even make it like a bonding moment where, like, you know, Ari's recognizing they're in a rough situation and is like, hey, maybe you want to cover up and like averts her eyes, like just sort of like your underpants are showing. It's like, oh, and like Lori like reacts to that.
Like,
You're not doing anything. It's just a weird thing to put in there.
yeah, like, I'm not saying this is a full They Not Like Us situation, but, like, it's very damn close.
Yeah. And, like, Godzilla reference, but I didn't want to highlight that because it's stupid. It doesn't really go anywhere.
Okay.
It just references the fact that Lori knows pop culture, I guess.
Somehow.
And
Lori's fine. Never mind.
I would say, how old is Lori in this? Preteen.
Yeah, she's about the same age as Aerie, as far as I'm aware. Yeah. Chase lowered his head and nudged Aerie gently. He did not cross the gap with us. Gap? Aerie put her hand on Chase's mane. It was silky under her hand. Chase, what's the gap? I do not recall.
She looks at him and he's wearing pants now and they're very fashionable.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, I think you can buy a new hoodie from them.
What are you doing now? Talking to your horse? Great. Just great. I told Daddy that accident made you loony and I was right.
Honey, you're in a different world. You really should be looking around and realizing, ah, shit, I'm not in Kansas.
Yeah, these both of these characters do not have spatial awareness at all because they've had a whole ass conversation with Lori not realizing her surroundings.
Which, yeah, kids don't notice some things, but I'm sorry, when you look up in the sky and realize, that's wrong, you start looking around a lot more.
Yeah.
Ari, do what must be done.
So immediately after, Lori looks around and she gasps and her face turns white. And then she's freaking out about the trees with the bad perms.
That's actually
and all of
kind
that.
of a cute way to describe it for a character.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she flushes a bright red and points, her eyes so wide that Aerie could see the whites all around them. Aerie, what is that? It's a village. She's scared of and is pointing to a village with thatched roofs.
Oh no, peasants!
I know, right?
I was gonna say, was it my note for this section was classism? Question mark? Something?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
So they have a bit of a back and forth about this. What do you mean a village, Miss Know-It-All? That's not like any village I've seen. A village! Like, those are buildings, don't you think? With grass on the roofs? Don't be an idiot. Sure, you've seen pictures, those thatched roofs. You know, long grass that's dried and then put on the top of the house to keep the rain out. I don't like it here. I want to go home. You take me home right now. If you don't, I'm going to tell Daddy to buy Chase, and you'll never see him again. So,
okay, sure.
Aerie just ignores her. And where do you suppose we came out? She asked thoughtfully. Came out? Well, we're on the other side of the cave, aren't we? Something Dr. Bones had told her about Glacier River came back to her now. The land here folded and folded again when the glaciers came through millions of years ago. Chase nodded. The gap. So that's the gap, Chase? Stop that! Lori shrieked. Stop that right now! Stop what? Pretending that your horse is talking to you! Well, he is talking to me, Aerie said reasonably. Don't be an idiot. I mean, reasonable for Lori to freak out that suddenly
Correct.
Aerie is talking to her horse and having a whole ass conversation with him.
Yeah, the one human around you is currently talking to, as far as you know, an animal that can't talk back.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm stressing, like, how would you prove this? You really can't. Unless Chase can
No.
somehow
Yeah.
communicate with Lori, but he can't. As far as we know.
Yeah. So can we go back the way we came? He nickered low in his throat. No. Do you know where we are? On the other side of the gap. Thank you, Chase. That is so helpful.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, The God Horse.
Yeah. And, and I highlighted this part because, just, why would you mention this? I want to go home too. Ari stared at him, her mouth open. Okay, the dog was talking too. Lincoln's voice was different from Chase's. For one thing, he had an accent. He sounded like Mrs. Broadbent, the dressage teacher.
Who?
Who?
Well, yeah, because that is something. You know what? I think that's something everyone should recognize, right, guys?
Yeah, totally. The fuck you talking about?
Yeah, that guy, Professor. What's his name? You know, like.
Yeah,
listen.
totally. I get that. I'm just gonna go over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He has an accent. Okay, what kind of accent? The one like Mrs. Broadbent. That's so helpful. Thank you for describing that. I've never heard of this character before, let alone read them speak. What do they sound like?
My
Wait.
note on this is simply, did I miss a character?
Yeah.
No.
What?
This is the first and last time this character ever gets mentioned.
I was about to say, is there like a? I thought they were naming like a specific person, like an actor or something from like a show. This person likes or some shit, but like no.
Okay,
No,
so
if
the
you-
only Mrs. Broadbent that I'm pulling up on initially when it comes down to any of this is a character from Bob the Builder.
Well, okay then.
Which, you know, she first debuted in an episode of Wallpaper Wendy in 1999.
Did you say the words wallpaper Wendy?
Yeah, apparently that was a series before. It's
Mhm.
oh no, sorry. It is an episode in Bob the Builder. Back in
Oh, I
it's
see.
called Wallpaper Went. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So Lori tries to speak again, and she makes a comment that we've been abducted by aliens. We haven't been abducted by aliens. For one thing, the sun's in the same position that it was when we fell through the cave. So I think we're on the other side. The other side of what? Of the farm. A different side. A side.
A different
Ari
story.
hesitated. That maybe was there all the time, but the glaciers folded it away. Because that explains why the sky is a different goddamn color.
Well, you have to
No,
understand.
don't you-
I got nothing actually.
Yeah.
I'm just nothing. I got nothing.
I was going to say, oh well, it's the glacial particles, you know, warping the lights. That I'm done. I can't.
I mean, we can breathe the air and everything, Lori. And I've seen pictures of those thatched roofs in books. I know I have. If there were another planet, everything would be weird. Like the sky not being the blue that we're recognizing, and the trees
What
and the
the hell
grass
is
being
Namek?
different colors. So Ari makes a comment about if they went home, would she be able to speak with them again? Well, obviously not. Lori grabs her by her shoulders and shook her. What if they attack us? Because she wants to go to the village and see where the fuck they are. And Lori is not having it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sure.
Why should they? Ari removed Lori's hands from her shoulders. Because you don't know about anything about this strange place with purple sky and green blue grass and all sorts of weird things that don't look like trees that you've ever seen before. How do you know that the people don't look slightly off as well?
For real.
All the people walk out, they have unicorn horns.
Yeah.
So, Lori doesn't want to walk, so Ari is like, well, I guess to keep her from bitching at me, I'll have her ride Chase. Then she asks Chase if if he minds, and he says she sits like a sack of potatoes.
Okay.
Is
First
that a
off,
good thing? A bad thing?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know
guess,
what that
maybe?
means in the context of horse riding.
I mean, you're more again. You're supposed
Also,
to
what happened to
stand
Max?
in a saddle more
He
than
just not
anything.
come
And
through?
yeah. No, Max is on the ground. Forget
no.
Max.
Chase had earlier said that he did not cross over with them.
I was gonna say Max is on the ground doing the Yamcha pose.
Of course, at that point.
Yeah. So they want to go to the village and see if maybe they can get something to eat as well. Of course, Lincoln's metal tone was lofty. No problem at all, of course, he hesitated. Collies are not bloodhounds, you know. I know. Nor are we terriers. Terriers have excellent noses. However, a nose isn't everything, you know. There are more important issues for dogs than a great sense of smell. Beauty, for example. We collies are... Lincoln? All among the most handsome of breeds. Link! Yes?
I'm
It's
not
wow,
fucking Lincoln. I'm already trying to fuck my horse. I don't need to add my fucking dog to the list.
Hmm.
I am not. Listen, I'm already doing the worst job being the average white woman allegations. I can't add this onto
Right.
it.
Okay. Ryan, I feel like this whole story puts Twilight in the Yamcha pose.
It puts all of us in the Yamcha pose at this rate.
So yeah, Link is apparently very talkative. Eri could see where they walked, but close growing trees made their forward progress almost blind. Which is very weird because they could see a whole ass village in the direction that they're walking in.
They were
just
on a hill.
earlier.
Big hill.
I guess so, but oh yeah, this was a weird thing. So Link is talking again as they're walking towards the village. Now that would be a woodchuck hole on the other side of the gap, but Canis alone knows what an animal den like this would be. And the trail up the trunk, that could have been a squirrel. But are there squirrels here on the other side of the gap? So again, I wanna reiterate that Link is the gatekeeper of the gap.
Yeah.
He can go he should know.
I mean, I guess
Yeah,
maybe if
what?
you just explain away that he's just stuck in the gap for all the time. But then the question is, how does he know how to act like a normal dog?
Yeah.
And other questions will not be answered.
Yeah, and it's just so
wow.
weird, and it makes me think that she really didn't have an answer to who Link was, that she just did the she did the mystery box thing before the mystery box thing was a thing. And then she didn't know what to do with it.
Has anyone
then
ever
she
seen
contradicts-
Mary and J.J. Abrams in the same room before?
Nobody knows.
You know
Were they fat
what?
at the time?
Given how she's been missing for the longest time.
I
you
mean,
know?
that's actually kind of a fucking crazy conspiracy theory, but I believe it.
So
JJ has a horse fetish that he kept hidden for the longest time.
So they continue on. Lincoln abruptly stops and does his stranger growl. And then Chase also starts getting very stranger danger. Flies, black flies, and that horrible dead animal odor that she'd smelled 3 times before. Lincoln whirled to them, then teeth snapping, back, behind the tree. To her astonishment, Eri heard Chase respond. "What?" Chase demanded. "I hide from no thing nor beast, dog." Lincoln's tone was grim. "You'll hide from this, quickly now." I think that's actually kind of good characterization. Like, Link
Yeah, that's
has...
like immediately we're getting like a lot more out of these non-characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the pride in Sun Chaser of just like, I ain't cowering, and the guy's like, you'll fucking roll right now, my boy.
What do we call
Yeah,
the
It's
FBI
even
on
more
Chase?
interesting when you.
I'm more interested in calling the FBI on Eri, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, she's kind of pursuing this.
Yeah. But yeah, it just goes to this weird oddity that would be like, if I didn't know that she had other books that she write where they do have human characters in them, I would think that she doesn't know how to write humans, that she only knows how to write animals. Because of her first book series that she wrote back in the 80s, The Heavenly Horse on the Westernmost Front, which was, I think, the book series that she wrote before this.
It's possible she doesn't actually know how to write humans, and
Yeah.
it just takes a lot of time writing the other books to get it right.
Yeah, like I've never read her other books, but she has other book series where I think the main characters are children and they deal with like supernatural creatures like monsters and Pegasi and all these other things. But she also has mystery novels with like, I think, ghosts and Christian symbols and all of this kind of stuff under a different pseudonym. So it's very weird that she just can't seem to write people in this. Like, the animals clearly have personality in comparison to the humans. Except for, I guess, Lori. Lori does have a personality, but, you know.
One-dimensional,
Well,
but
to be
it's still
fair,
a dimension.
Yes.
To be fair, I think as Atlanta proves, just because you have a personality doesn't mean it's anything good.
True.
Yeah. Atalanta is very unfortunate as a character. But, yeah. And then they peek out and there is a little bit of tension here. There was a quiver in the air, just like the beating of a drum. Eri counted under her breath, almost without realizing she was doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is it? Lori was so scared, she almost whispered with terror. Lincoln, cold determination in his eyes, nudged them behind the trunk of the largest tree near them. The sound in the air grew closer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something's marching, Eri whispered. She looked up at Lori. The blonde girl's face was white. She could hear the quick, shallow breaths she took. Easy now, she said, just as she would a frightened horse. Deep breaths. Take very deep breaths. So I do like that as a bit of tension there.
Yeah, that's actually well written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get
Yeah,
the feeling that
this is-
this either was written first and retro, like this either was first or last.
Yeah.
No, this is the great paradox of this entire book series. Is like, okay, boring, boring, boring. You like sit up and it's like, okay, wait. We're cooking.
Yep.
We're cooking a bit here.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
it's so sporadic that it doesn't feel intentional, like as a writing choice or anything. It just feels like Mary woke the fuck up one day.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. So they now hear the chanting. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I
And
declare
they're
a thumb war.
So and Chase is very confused. He's like, horses, milady, and yet not horses. The marchers came through the woods. Eri stuffed her fist in her mouth to keep from screaming. There were many of them, perhaps 100. Each was a coal black with red eyes, demon eyes. Each had an iron horn springing from the middle of its forehead. Black unicorns.
Oh no, she's found temptation away from Chase.
No.
That's why she's biting her knuckle right now.
An army of them. They carried fear with them and terror. It was in the air they breathed, the ground they marched upon. They passed the tree where the companions lay hidden in pairs. Their flaming eyes stared straight ahead. Their coats were blacker than coal, blacker than the bottom of the night itself. Eri's mouth was dry. Her breath was short. She may have fainted just a little from the utter horror of it.
How do you faint a little?
I know, right?
Just oh, I'm back.
Yeah. I imagine that it's kind of like the pseudo feint that is done in the Patlabor episodes where they have the crocodile.
Right, yeah. Well, no, those characters actually fucking passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I highlighted this because I'm like, okay, like there was a moment of really good tension there, and then why are these black horses scary? I mean, I guess they have red eyes, but like, what does them having iron horns mean that they're scary, or having black hair, black fur?
Because,
Further confirming to me
well-
that it's not horror that she's feeling. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
Mhm.
about to say, is this the interracial tag?
I wasn't gonna make that joke. Thank you for making it for me.
Ooh.
Thank you for
I mean, I'm the
stopping me from going there. God damn.
Okay, I'll. You know what? I'm not gonna put myself further on the list. Let's keep going.
So the Black Unicorn Army passes, and they continue on their journey. Lori didn't see what they were. She asked what they were, and Ari lies to her. Just some bears. Bears! Lori sat up in a squall. It's like, good going, Ari.
I'll get you! Bears!
Curse you, bears!
Dude,
Half an
what if
hour
it was
later.
a man bear pig?
Half an hour later, Lincoln led them to the edge of the woods, and they gazed upon the village for the first time. Ari looked. She couldn't tell if it was safe or not, but there was a sign that's just facing the woods, I guess. And the sign said, "Welcome to Balinor." Ari stopped, stared, and a cold, cold wind blew over her heart. What was this? What was this? And then a village lay ahead.
And-
The village that you guys have been traveling to, yes, we know.
And
No, more than a village lay ahead.
Oh, sorry,
my-
yes.
my only comment on so this fantasy land has a highway sign leading towards it.
Yes, that's facing the woods, apparently.
Why though?
I know.
Go to the shadow realm.
Also, wait. Is this village called Balinor? Is like this the grand extent of what Balinor is, a single village? Or
Yeah, kind
I
of
guess
shit,
so.
honestly.
it's like what the fuck is this? Why are you call the village something else? Balinor,
No, it's-
Balinor district of Balinor in the city of Balinor or something like that.
yeah.
Population
Dude.
5.
So we have finished the book.
Yay!
Yep, that's it. That's it. That is it. And
That's
also, by the way,
Mary
there is
Manson.
Oh, it just
there's
ends
proof
like
that she
that.
scored. Yes, correct.
Yes.
That's it.
Dude, how in the fuck?
The most abrupt ending I have seen in so many things. It is
Why does it feel
Impressive.
so dragged out for something so little?
correct. I don't know. Like, this is the kind of shit that in like a condensed good fantasy book, the
Dude,
first 5 chapters would be the lead in to then get into Balinor. And then the rest of the book would be in Balinor.
I'm trying to remember what actual like show I've seen in the past few days or like couple of years aside from Rebel Moon that is anywhere near this freaking boring.
Okay, first off,
Like it
Rebel Moon,
freaking
you
drags.
can't say that Rebel Moon is boring. The visuals alone make you laugh.
I
Yeah.
Oh, don't you remember the grain? Oh my
Yes,
god,
the
so
grain.
much
Oh my
grain.
god, the
grain.
grain.
I was
The
so
grain is the
grain-
source.
I was ingrained by the grain.
Okay, that deserves a bullet.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, I deserve it. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I got something. Wait,
Josh
better be good.
says
do I have a gunshot? Do I have a gunshot thing?
Josh says Gundam Seed, and Rival says The World Ends With You, the anime.
Oh,
Shut up! Shut up!
dang.
That's
Wow,
directed
okay.
at me. Also, Gundam Seed is the furthest thing from boring.
Yeah,
to be
Gundam
fair,
Seed at the
I
very
give it
least
a
is
lot of
entertaining.
things.
It is
Yeah.
entertaining.
And I
more
will
than
say,
anything
like,
else.
the opening of it, the opening, which is very similar to the original Gundam, very engrossing
Yeah.
for me as a concept. The idea of being stranded in space with a super weapon and you need to make it to friendly lines, like, that's actually got some real bite to it as a story
It
concept.
Oh
does.
yeah.
Yes.
And like
Mhm.
even at the start of it, they did do some things that made it a little different from the original, unlike everything else, which just ruined it. But fuck it. But and like also, the world ends with you anime. Granted, I only touched upon the first episode because I love the original game, and then the anime offended me so much. I just dropped it after the first episode. I was just more mad at how much they changed everything rather than bored.
Yeah. So I guess I'll ask you guys what your thoughts are one at a time. Should I start? I guess like choose between you three. Who wants to go first to talk about their overall thoughts now that we've finished the book?
Go ahead.
Kaiser?
Go ahead.
All yours, man.
No.
It's
You go ahead.
clearly such a parallel with me and Ruby. Like, you were not wrong about it. We're looking through this,
Yeah,
and it's
no
like, oh
way.
my god, I can see so much of the skeleton of a good story here. Like, there's so much different
Yeah.
things you could do. It's not even a complicated setup. It's actually a relatively simple
No.
thing, but you can make it engrossing. There are ways to go about it, and there's little specks in here of, like, really good writing and description and character, but they're buried
Yep.
under either boring shit or shit that either makes no sense or that has been completely contradicted itself. It is all over the place, and the fact that it's written in 3 months is an explanation, but it's not a fucking answer or an apology.
Yeah.
No. Well, it's not an excuse at all.
That's it.
My thoughts
Yeah,
on
you are right.
my thoughts on the book are exactly the same as when I first read it. That is what have you brought me into? I need more. I need to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. And y'all ain't fucking ready for the time travel. I'm just saying that.
Stop bringing that
Oh
up. I
right,
wanna-
there's time travel.
I
What
want to
the
discover that kind of shit for myself. Okay, you
You-
better have only spoiled that because that's like one of the least crazy things that happens. Because like Jesus
Correct.
Christ. Oh.
Okay. Now
Trust you
here's
me,
my...
sir. I have yet to unleash the true power of this series, and neither has Twilight. Trust
Oh
you
my
me.
God.
This is the normal shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, last but not least, here are my
Indeed.
thoughts on it.
Of course.
Those are the
you
end
do
of my
that.
thoughts. No, not really.
Oh
But
my
like,
God.
it's okay. I'm trying to figure something to add here, but like this dragged so much, and I can like aside from what y'all already said, because I can definitely understand why this is your this is your like DCEU Twilight. You know, this is your
This
thing.
is my Ruby.
This is your Disney Star Wars, right? Like
This is
Yeah.
no
But-
the rabbit hole that she said it dragged me in particular into, and now you two are being dragged in. By the way, it's nice here in the rabbit hole. It's nice, comfy.
I
The
mean,
stuff that-
listen, make room, brother. You know.
no, dude. The couch is big enough for all of us. No worries.
Right.
Yeah.
But like it's I think the worst part is just that from what you've been telling me, and we've been skimming through it, the fact that it's so boring just skimming through the damn thing is a really, really huge problem here, because I think there's especially with some of the lines that we actually got to read out from the characters, like there are some moments that have like legitimate interesting emotion in there, like, you know, the last section before it just abruptly ended, but like I think it never really carries over. It's never consistent, right? There's nothing to latch on to. I don't like almost any of the characters except for Toby. All right, Toby just
Toby's a
has
gift.
a brain, and he's the best character by virtue of having a brain at all. Right, and that works consistently. And
There
he's
is
not
another
afraid to talk
character-
about it.
Yeah. There is another character that I really like that's in this book series, but he doesn't appear until book 4. I know nothing knows who I'm talking about.
Is it? Oh,
s-
nope. I cannot say. I
Yeah,
cannot say.
Storm
Is it
Chaser
Entia?
never made
Our
an
enemy?
appearance in the whole book.
Entia, the ship.
210. Oh,
I have to remember that
Storm
gag.
Chaser. Storm Chaser never made an appearance in the whole book. 2 out of 10. It's better than getting shot, I guess. I mean,
Okay,
for
so-
real.
We have defeated the road to Balinor. The second book, I believe, is called Sun Chaser's Quest.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, and
So
speaking
we're
of,
gonna have to develop Sun Chaser.
I have, if I click that, this is gonna capture the Discord team jacked. Oh,
Which is it?
Nani?
Why is it not?
Mhm.
One moment, because I have it set to jacked art. I wanted to show off the PNGs I made.
Yes. Well, the PNGs that I found, you
Yeah.
partially made one of them. You found one of them,
Oh my god, yes.
and
So-
you just made them into PNGs.
Yeah, I made them in PNGs. So we're gonna go through starting from the top, and you guys can guess which characters are which. So this is the
Here
first.
Oh,
we go.
Anne.
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Second one.
She fat.
The princess. Ali. I keep forgetting her name, goddammit.
You've
Oh,
read
yeah.
all the books.
Ariana.
Aliyah
dislike-
Baba.
My dyslexia has made me put this name as so many different things as I was reading it. Princess Girl, thank you, thank you,
Ariana.
Board Journal.
Yeah.
You're
Ariana. Okay.
No, Aliana is the self-insert, the black-skinned self-insert of Lily Orchard.
Lily
Oh,
Orchard.
And-
yeah.
okay.
And the other thing that we're reading, so it's Ariana.
Let's see here. The Dream Pool Unicorn.
Atalanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta, fuck.
Okay.
It's impressive how quickly these names just leave me. Okay.
No, yeah.
Yep.
I
No,
get it.
it's fine.
Is
Who
that the dad?
fuck is
Is that
this?
supposed to be the dad
That
or
can't
the
be
like
Frank, is
or
it?
the no that's not Frank, that's the trainer, right?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Oh, it's
Great question.
something
I don't
weird.
fucking know.
Dave? Frank?
It's Dean? Is it
Yes.
Dean something?
Franklin?
Oh.
David Greer Smith.
David Greersmith. Oh my god.
Next one.
Oh my god. What a picture, by the way.
Thank
Is that
you. I was
Dr.
very proud of
Bones?
finding that. Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Dr. Boom.
Dr. Boom. Oh my
Because she's
god.
always wearing weird outfits.
Okay, please tell me this isn't an actual MLP character.
I'm pretty sure it's an OC.
No, it's not. Apparently, it's an adoptable that someone was selling on Fur Affinity.
I don't even know what those words mean, and frankly, I'm too scared to understand them, so I'm moving on now.
Ask Batman.
I will repeat myself, but this can't be. Well, I mean, this can't be Numenor, the Golden One.
No.
Aw.
No, it's is it Entia, the shifter?
Yes.
Our enemy?
Entia, the ship.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
The joke has officially been buried.
I'm just gonna give you this one. It's just the female doctor from earlier.
Oh,
Yep.
okay,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
I was confused. I was like, we already had Bones, but
Yeah.
um,
Well, she appeared for
Pathetic
so
little
little.
man.
this is Frank. This is Frank.
Yes.
No, Robbie, it's
I
not
hate
Ilhan Omar.
What the
Don't
fuck, Robbie?
bring fucking politics here, man.
Yeah, I gave the pathetic little man away earlier, so yeah, that is Frank.
Ah.
This one's self-explanatory.
The only collie
Yeah.
in the entire,
Yeah.
book series.
Yeah.
That is
God.
Lincoln.
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Oh my god, the next one's Lori.
Is that
the
the-
next one is Lori?
Is that the
Yeah.
chick from Charlie's
Willy
Chocolate
Wonka?
Factory?
Yes.
Charlie's
Yes.
in the Chocolate Factory. Sorry, not Willy.
Yeah,
I grew up knowing it is like I grew up with the Willy Wonka movie before Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I gave this one. Male nurse. That's all it says.
Thank you.
yeah, the male
Okay,
nurse.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say the one male nurse there.
Yeah.
And the dad, Laurie's dad. That was
Mr.
gonna shoot-
Carmichael, yep.
Mr. Carmichael. Correct. I'm bad with. Oh, there it is. There he is, my boy, Numenor.
Yeah.
Numenor, the golden one.
No. And then Sun Chaser.
Yep.
Yep.
And then
This is why it was fucking hilarious when he
That
started
was
making
so-
sound through his
Oh.
horn, because I just whooped that right on his face.
Oh my god, you.
Fucking
Coming to choke, holy
Nostradamus
shit.
on that one.
Yeah, it's especially funny because the book specifies that he has a short horn, and you gave him the longest fucking thing.
Well, because he deserves the longest horn. He's the best one there.
Yes, this is true.
But yeah, those are the PNGs that I made for this out of what Twilight sent me, and it's great. It just, I wish I get to use them. I was gonna use like a whole put Photoshop up and pantomime as Twilight talked. Might try to get that set up for the future, but right now it's a little too tricky to figure out.
Just
Well,
a
let's
bit.
be 100. Let's be
Right.
100% honest. The best one is Frank, and well,
Yeah.
100%.
All right. Well, let's wind down now, because this is just, God, this book is just so tiring. Like, there are
It's
parts of it
been
that
a
give me
while.
life, but there are also parts of it that just drain my fucking soul. Hopefully, future books have a little less soul draining, and a little more what the fuck. That's a little more entertaining.
Maybe.
I don't. Oh. Okay.
You'll have to see.
Well, we'll pick that up at a later date. Next week we'll find something that's not unicorn related to get to, or maybe even maybe at least tangentially related, but not directly this. I think we can pick up at a later date.
You wanna
Unicorns
take a
can-
break?
take a break
From
from
Unicorn.
Yeah. I think this is something we can pepper in occasionally. I think it's like a nice thing
Yeah.
to come back to occasionally.
That's perfectly
Sure.
fair.
Yeah.
So yeah. Does anyone have anything they want to foist off on the people tonight?
Well, I guess as usual, definitely I'll probably post it in the comments of this video, but as always, I have my Patreon on the Kaiser Shonen channel. The link to it is in my about page on the channel and pretty much every description of all of my videos, but I'll post it here. It's not required for you guys to donate anything. It just, every little bit helps with just getting better equipment and software to make better videos and make them come out quicker. And there's benefits too. I'm also working on a video that's a follow-up to the Amber video. I'm working on the script right now, but that should be done by the end of the month. And that's about it. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Me, Twilight, and friend of the channel, Jake the Surgeon, did another episode, the part 2 of our video response in his Dragon's Den podcast to a really, really, really bad video about Goblin Slayer. So,
Yeah, that lasted what, like 8 hours?
Holy
well,
shit!
the second,
Well, when you're
the
talking
second
about
part was 6 hours.
goblins.
Yeah, the
God,
second
man.
part. The second part lasted 8 hours. I think in total we talked about it for
Well,
probably like
10
11.
hours.
10 or
I
11,
think-
yeah.
I'm pretty sure the second part, because I looked at it earlier, it was 6 hours, and then the first part was 4. So we talked about
Okay, yeah.
10 hours.
You could tell that by the end I was getting like really tired of talking about this video, and I'm like, I need us to speed along. But then I
No.
myself got like distracted by having a
We
small
kinda
argument.
got
So I'm like,
swe-
no,
So-
I am the problem.
So
Exactly,
I'm curious.
but
I'm just curious on the topic. Like, is it a video critical of Goblin Slayer, or like-
Yes.
okay.
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
Like, I'm not
Essentially,
gonna
to break
say
it down
that
to
Goblin
brass
Slayer is
tacks.
great or anything, but like I'm
It's
just
not hard
Oh
to
no,
criticize.
no. I think it's like at most a 6 out of 10, if that. This guy just loses the fucking plot from minute 1, dude.
Damn.
It's so
Yeah.
funny.
like to give you a basic rundown of what we had to go through. He goes off on like a 10-minute tangent about music before he even starts talking about the first episode.
Okay.
Wow.
Because he's knowing about like how the message in the media gives a different idea than was intended by the author. And you can, from that, you can probably imagine where that's gonna go.
You know what?
Yeah.
Link me some of this guy's other videos. Maybe we can find something for the JYCT podcast.
No, here's the thing.
I'm curious.
Here's the thing. You won't be able to find that video because he unlisted it.
Well, no, I don't want
Yeah.
to cover that one. I wouldn't want to step on your. I wouldn't want to reiterate what you guys have already covered. I would much rather.
Oh yeah.
Cover something.
Okay,
new.
let me. What's this guy's name again?
Well, just give it to me
I
later,
don't-
man. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, I'll find it.
I did try to give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt at the end of the second part, because like I was trying to figure out like where he was coming from with some of his criticisms, and it's like because he was very critical about the idea of like
Evil races.
the first episode
Yeah.
in particular and the
Oh, yeah,
infamy
that
of
too.
that first episode. And I'm saying I was saying like why I understand why he dislikes this first episode so much, because that element is a very pervasive thing that people overuse to emphasize the evilness of the evil element of their plot, and it just becomes a very cliche, very very drab shorthand for something that you really shouldn't make to the point where people just roll their eyes when they see that kind of content.
I mean, I guess, and that is like generally fair. I would be more willing to like give that kind of leeway depending on like the demographic, because if I like, let's say a Zoomer made a video like that, I don't know. Given what has been made in the past like couple of decades, I doubt that like someone of that demographic has seen enough media that uses assault as a way of driving the story.
I don't
just
think that
kinda
it really
depends, man.
matters, because that's been a talking point in a lot of circles for well over a decade by this point. So like it's situational, but you guys can listen to that very long podcast if you want. I'm not going to go into
Sure.
detail about what we talked about.
Right.
It was just meant to be a sort of idea about the things that we talked about in that podcast.
Oh, fun.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, and that's about it that I
know
have to
nothing. You
show.
wanna foist your book off on the people?
Yeah.
I do have a book. It is in the description, and thank you very much, Raymond, for putting it there. I will say, despite memes before the stream, book 2 is actually pretty on the way. By all rights, it should be here in a few months, actually.
Ooh,
Exciting.
Good
Oh, thank
stuff.
you're a much more prolific writer than I am, because it's been taking me 3 years to write Cadence of Magic.
Well, if it makes you feel better,
Ye-
Caliburn took. Well, I started the first draft when I was in like senior year of high school, and then I did like 5 drafts during my college years, and then I finally got it out a year after I left college. So, well, don't worry about that.
Yeah. No.
Well, I had Cadence in my head since not very long after I finished high school. So that was a very long time ago. Like
Oh.
a
Well.
decade.
Oh, that's a decade. Yeah, that's more than me then. Holy shit! A reminder: I'm a bit of a youngin', so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that young anymore. But I guess what I have to say is since we're not reading Unicorns of Balinor next week, I can work on my video again, which means that maybe in a week's time, or just a little bit over a week, my Lily Orchard video will be done. Holy crap.
Finally.
Exciting.
She
Let's
is
go.
someone among the many that realizes, you know what? You're watching X-Men wrong. That's not what Magneto is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Oh my
not even
God.
close. And it's
Oh.
so
I'm
bad
so-
because like it's so relevant today, despite that original video being made back in like what, 2019.
I'm so happy that I was able to help with that section in particular.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that it has taken me so long, but I have put way too much effort into this video that Lily doesn't deserve because I have standards, but also sometimes editing the visuals for this video is like pulling teeth because I just don't want to deal with it. So I'm sorry. It will be done very soon though.
Fantastic.
In a similar vein, actually, both Kaiser and IKnowNothing have actually seen the first cut of my Hero video, which is basically in a workable state. I'm basically just going to go back in and add references for everything that I talk about, which, you know, they also help point in the direction of where that'd be most beneficial. At least IKnowNothing was very helpful there.
Well, thank you.
So that's very exciting. That's going to be that is a 3-hour and 40-minute video. That is going to be something I really want to get the fuck off my chest and get out of my freaking system, because
it's a freaking behemoth.
If anyone says we don't have enough Celtic Phoenix content, he's going to slap you with this, and it's going to be eat this.
Well,
eat this for years.
I've been working on that on top of working on Sentinels, which, by the way, we have all of the first wave of audio in for the first episode, which is really exciting.
Hell yeah!
So I've been doing a rough cut with storyboards and the like. That's really exciting. It's still relatively early on, all things considered, but like that's a cool thing to share that we're making progress there. And then again, just chugging away at volume 7, where we finally have moved away from the bullet pointing phase. We are now in the actually writing shit out phase, and so that's exciting too. But it's a lot of stuff that's just slowly in development. And I just know that after my Hero video, I'm gonna want to start itching to be like, I gotta work on the next video, which is all about I think
the rest of the series.
What?
The whole Kahona.
The what?
I mean, I thought you were talking about like.
Well, maybe you should let him finish speaking first.
I was gonna say, like, I'm tempted to work on. We'll see how the reception is to the My Hero video. It could be good. It could be bad. One thing that I've actually wanted to talk about is adult visual novels and their writing quality.
Yes.
It's actually.
Oh my god.
There are some really surprisingly good ones. Not surprisingly bad ones. There's obviously some bad ones. And then there's a wild fucking one that I really want to talk about out there.
I'm actually surprised because you started talking about this before the My Hero Academia video was even started. That's how long that you'd been wanting to make that video.
Yeah.
Oh god, I have so many joke screenshots that I could send you to help you out with some jokes in that, if that's the content.
Go ahead. Go ahead, send me them. I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. Like, that's probably gonna be Patreon exclusive, the uncensored version of that video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the real version, the public version is going to have to be blurred to fuck.
Oh yeah.
All right. Also, if you guys are interested in merch, in the link down below, it should be now at least. I think I had the forethought to do that. And of course, if you are interested at all, Bad Fanfiction Night, 10 p.m. on Friday nights. If you want to be a part of that, you can join us in the Tundra server for $1 or more to my Patreon. As an extra bonus, anyone that gets the $10 package on my Patreon, you get the chance to submit your own original character as a background character in Stellar Sentinels' first episode. So be sure to do that as soon as you can. I think that's it. All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. This is a fucking wild book series.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great.
And we have 7 left to go through.
I'm both excited and dreading that, just like a Zack Snyder film.
Indeed, you should. Correct emotion.
Until next time, everyone, we'll catch you all on the flip side.
See y'all around.